Welcome back to the live show. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is currently 1:52 a.m. and today's date is the 24th of October 2024. The 24th of October 2024. Hmm. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the live show. Yes, 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 y'all. I know what you're thinking. It's like, why is Genesis always going live late? Yes, yes, I know. But I gotta handle business, bro. My brothers and sisters, I have to handle business, okay? So, but I'm here. The most important thing is I'm here, okay? The most important thing is showing up. And once you show up, it's like, okay, we forgive you. All right. As long as you show up, yeah, you are forgiven. Okay. Now, what is not going to be forgiven is if you never show up. Okay. You need to show up. It's better to show up late than not showing up. Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the title of today's show is Live Show with Genesis. Okay. With your boy, Genesis. Welcome back to the live show. This is the part two. I think we did the part one like last week, ending of last week, but I am here. So, Irony Rose. Yes, we are getting so close. Irony Rose, I remember you. You've been here since like July, August. You are amazing, special. God bless you, Irony Rose. All right. So, first of all, God bless you for tuning in. Double tap your screen, smash the like button. I am back. Okay, I think I am back. And what's going out? Okay, I am back. Okay, so today's live stream, we're gonna start with JD Vance. Okay, this was 2 days ago. We're gonna start with JD Vance. Why is my internet going out? Why is my internet going out? All right, like I was saying, we're gonna start with JD Vance today. Okay, we're gonna start with JD Vance, and he was in Arizona. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, let's listen to JD Vance.
Now, we know, of course, that the people who are hit the hardest by Kamala Harris's terrible policies are very often those who can least afford to pay an extra $100 to go to the grocery store or pay a few hundred extra dollars in rent per month.
And of course, we know that a lot of our senior citizens, are the ones who are living on a fixed income, are the ones who have been hit the hardest by Kamala Harris's inflation. So here is what Donald Trump is going to do. Two big things for our senior citizens in Arizona and all across the country. First of all, we are going to fight to lower grocery and housing prices for all of us.
We're going to get back to an affordable American nation. And the second thing, and especially for our seniors, is that Donald Trump, we're going to eliminate taxes on Social Security so that our seniors can afford to live a good life. Now, a lot of you know a little bit about my story. I care about this a lot because, of course, I love our senior citizens. But I also was, in fact, raised by my grandmother because my mom struggled with opioid addiction for a big chunk of my early life. Now, I'm very proud of my mom. She's been clean and sober for 10 years, ladies and gentlemen. That is a great blessing and a good thing. But because I was raised by my grandmother, I know what it's like when our grandmothers and our grandparents are forced to try to make ends meet when everything is getting more expensive. And I think a lot of our grandparents are just saying, could we get a little bit of help? Could you make it easier to afford the things that I need to buy rather than harder? And that's what Donald Trump and I are going to do. Fight for you every single day. We're going to make groceries more affordable. We're going to make housing more affordable. We're going to make the American dream more affordable. And really, my friends, it's actually pretty simple, because here's what's happened under the leadership of Kamala Harris. It's always useful to sort of compare and contrast, because, I feel bad sometimes for anybody who's listening to Kamala Harris's interviews, because there's no specifics, right? I mean, you ask, even with these softball interviews, they'll say, well, what is your specific plan to lower the price of groceries and housing? And Kamala Harris will say, well, I grew up in a middle-class family. Or, they'll say, well, Kamala Harris, the border is wide open. What are you going to do that you haven't done over the last 3.5 years to close down that southern border? And she'll say, well, when I worked at McDonald's, I made the hash browns, and I was very good at it. And anybody with a lick of common sense is saying, Kamala, you haven't actually answered the question. So let me try to talk a little bit about the specifics and the details and the difference between a President Donald Trump and a President Kamala Harris. As much as that is a nightmare, we don't want that, but let's just talk about it. All right, so Kamala Harris's economic plan is to wage war on American energy, drive up the cost of oil, drive up the cost of natural gas, and drive up the cost of everything that requires low energy costs, which is everything that we buy, from the homes that we buy to the food that gets delivered to the grocery store. Donald Trump's plan to bring down energy prices is very simple. It's drill, baby, drill. We got plenty of oil and gas in our own country. Let's get it out of the ground. Kamala Harris is going around the country bragging. I've never seen a politician bragging about raising taxes on American citizens and then rewarding companies that ship American jobs overseas, and I think that gets it exactly backwards. Donald Trump is going to lower your taxes, and we're going to punish the companies that are shipping American jobs overseas. We want to build more right here in the United States of America. Kamala Harris wants to open. They came into office. They came into office bragging that they were going to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies, and then that is exactly what they did. So Kamala Harris wants to open the border and roll out the red carpet for illegal immigration in this country. Donald Trump's plan is simple: build the wall and send people who came here illegally back home. We got to focus on our own citizens. Now, I know we talked about senior citizens earlier. There's a big lie at the heart of the Kamala Harris campaign. I don't know where she gets this, because for 4 years, Donald Trump was the president of the United States. And what do we have? Again, rising take-home pay, low inflation. It was a very good 4 years for the American people. But now she's come up with this lie because she's trying to scare our senior citizens. She's trying to say that somehow Donald Trump is going to go after Social Security and Medicare. Well, you know what Donald Trump's plan is to protect Social Security and Medicare? Make sure that those benefits go to the people who paid for them and not illegal aliens. Because Kamala goes around the country, she has said explicitly that she wants to give Social Security and Medicare benefits to people who don't have the legal right to be in this country in the first place. And that would bankrupt our country faster than anything, is giving these benefits to people who don't deserve to be in the United States in the first place. And I remember this came up during the debate. Tim Walz said, well, we're not mad, and we want to be compassionate for immigrants. We want to be compassionate for everybody. Look, I don't disagree with that. I agree that we ought to be compassionate, but our compassion as American leaders belongs first to American citizens and people who have the legal right to be here. And my friends, there is nothing compassionate about bankrupting our country by giving benefits to people, rewarding people for breaking our laws to enter the country in the first place. So, to every person who has come into the country illegally under Kamala Harris's leadership, Kamala Harris wants to roll out the red carpet, give free health care and housing benefits. Donald Trump has a different idea. Donald Trump's plan is pretty simple. In 4 months, pack your bags because you're going back to where you came from. Now, here's the problem, and here's what the media never talks about when it comes to illegal immigration. They talk about compassion. And, of course, we want to be compassionate to everybody. But you know one way you're not compassionate is when you encourage Mexican drug cartels to engage in sex trafficking, many times of literal children. It is not compassionate to open the border and allow the Mexican drug cartels to get rich by selling poison to our citizens. It is not compassionate to allow the Mexican drug cartels to sex traffic children into the United States of America, and it is not compassionate to allow hundreds of thousands of American citizens to die of fentanyl overdoses. Our message to Kamala Harris is yes, we are a compassionate people, which is why we want to secure the damn border, and the only way we're going to do it is if we elect Donald J. Trump. So we're gonna actually take some questions from the reporters here, and I know we've got a lot of local reporters, and we're gonna focus. No, the local reporters are good. We're gonna start with the local reporters, but I want to leave you with just a couple of final thoughts here. First of all, the state of Arizona, the difference in 2020 was 11,000 votes. 11,000 votes. Okay. So what we need to do, and you hear Donald Trump say it all the time, is we need to swamp the vote in the United States of America, and that starts right here in Arizona. So, a few things I'm going to ask you for. Number one, I see a lot of you are taking photos. By all means, pull out your phones, take a photo, take a selfie of yourself or your friends and your family here at this event. Just do it very slowly. The Secret Service gets very nervous when I tell people to, pull your phones out of your pocket, but post on social media, send a text message, send an email, let people know why you were here, but most importantly, let people know why you want Donald J. Trump to be the next president of the United States of America. That people power, that person-to-person engagement, my friends, that's how we're going to win this election. We're never going to get a fair shake from Kamala Harris or her media allies, but we can tell the truth to one another. So get out there and talk to every single person you can about the importance of saving this country. And the best way to do it over the next couple of weeks is to get people out there to vote for Donald J. Trump and all of our great candidates here in the state of Arizona. That's the first request that I'm going to make of you. Second request is go to this website, swampthevoteusa.com, and I'll repeat it, swampthevoteusa.com. What you can do with that website is check your registration, check where you're able to vote, check your polling location, and also get some tips on how to encourage your friends and family to get out there and vote. Because again, this is a lot of fun, and I like being here, but we're not going to be able to do the good job we need to do for the American people unless you do your job and get out there and vote. And the third request I'm going to make is I want every single person in this audience to get out there and vote for Donald Trump 10 times. Now, I know, we're Republicans. We only vote once. We do it the legal way. Here's the legal way. The New York Times is going to report tomorrow. J.D. Vance encourages voter fraud in Arizona. But the way to get out there and vote 10 times legally is to take yourself to the polls and take 9 people along with you. That is how we can vote 10 times. The legal way. So that's what I want you to do. I want you to go swampthevoteusa.com. I want you to talk about why you're voting for Donald Trump, especially on social media, and I want you to commit to getting 9 people out there to the polls. Because here's the scenario that I want you to consider. And I don't mean to give you nightmare fuel here, but I'm going to do it. We wake up on November the 6th, and Kamala Harris is barely elected President of the United States by a 700 vote margin in the state of Arizona. Think about that and ask yourself what you can do from now until then to make sure it doesn't happen. That if there's a Kamala Harris put that sign up, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, she did. She's already trying to steal the 2024 election right here in this beautiful facility. But look, we get out there and we got to make sure that if this election is as tight as it could be, that we're the ones who are on the winning side and not them. And the only way to do it is to work our rear ends off for the next 2 weeks. God bless you all. Thank you. We'll take some questions from the press, but I appreciate y'all and I appreciate your hard work on our behalf. God bless you. All righty. Thank you, thank you. The fun is not over yet. We'll take some questions from the reporters before we hit the road. I think we got a microphone, sir. We'll start with you. Thank you, man.
Hey, Senator Vance. This is Sean Rice from 12 News. When these folks...
Could we turn the mic up a little bit?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you fine. Yeah.
This is Sean Rice from 12 News here in Phoenix. When these folks hear rising inflation, what do you think is causing rising inflation, and what tangible steps will the Trump-Vance administration do to lower it for all the folks in this room?
Yes, sir. First of all, I really appreciate that question because the number one issue on the minds of Americans is how to make life more affordable again, and that question goes right to the heart of it. And I hate to say it, but so many of your colleagues in the media are obsessed with talking about what happened 4 years ago or some fake scandal. The job of the media is to educate the American people on the issues that matter most by asking good questions. So I appreciate asking about an issue the American people talk about. So here's the big thing, okay? You have two major drivers of inflation over the last 3.5 years. And as much as Kamala Harris brags and says inflation is over, do any of us in this room feel like inflation is over? No, because it's not. Two big things. Number one, when the government prints trillions of dollars, that makes the dollars that we all have less worth it, right? They become more and more worthless the more and more the government prints. Well, why is the government printing trillions and trillions of dollars? Because Kamala Harris cast the deciding vote on trillions and trillions of dollars in new spending. So Donald Trump, when we're in the White House, we're going to focus on America as a federal government living within its means. We're not going to print as much money, and we're going to make life more affordable for American citizens in the process. That's the number one thing that we can do. But here's the second thing, right? And I think a lot of people don't realize that the cost of energy is an important part of the cost of everything. Think about it. If the truck driver who's delivering the groceries to the grocery store is paying 45% more for diesel, and he is under Kamala Harris's leadership, then we're all paying more for groceries. If the guy delivering the lumber to the job site is paying 50% more for gasoline, then we're all paying more for housing. So if we want to lower prices for American citizens, we have got to unleash the American energy economy. We got to be energy dominant. That's the best way to lower prices for all of us. So look, the President Trump plan is very simple. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to stop printing money we don't have, and that is going to make the American dream affordable for American citizens once again. Thank you for the question.
Ashley Rodriguez with Fox 10. So right now, if you look at national polling and polling in the swing states, it's razor thin.
That's right.
Within the margin of error. Most people have already decided who they're going to vote for. Some people have already voted, and there's very few undecided. So what is the strategy to get across the finish line?
You know, you're right that there aren't that many undecided voters, but there are a lot of undecided voters. I mean, you know, I think we could win Arizona by a few points, or we could lose it by a very tiny margin. And the question is, when you've got 5% of the electorate that has still not made up their mind, that is a big, big number with margins that are as tight as they are in Arizona and a lot of the other battleground states. And I think my message to folks who are undecided is very simple. Look, you don't have to agree with everything that I say. You don't have to agree with everything that Donald Trump says. But who can deny the results? And I'd ask those swing voters, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And I think for most of them, they would say no, because groceries are too high, rent is too high, the border has been opened, our public safety has gotten worse, violent crime has gotten worse. A lot of these problems are caused by bad leadership. And if we just get back to common sense leadership, we can have safe neighborhoods, a secure border, and an American life that is affordable for the majority of our citizens. Unfortunately, we don't have that right now. But Donald Trump's promise, and I think his solemn obligation as President of the United States, is to fix what Kamala Harris has broken over the last 3.5 years, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Let me make one more. Thank you. Make one more observation there. Look, I come from a family where sometimes money was very tight. I know what it means when groceries go up by 25% in 3.5 years. That means there are a lot of American families who are not getting the things that they need. When the price of energy goes up by 30, 35, 40%, that means a lot of our citizens who are choosing not to go on a vacation or choosing not to do something that they would otherwise do, again, because of bad leadership. We need to get back to common sense economic and governing principles so that the American people can afford to live a good life. That's what Donald Trump is going to do. Frankly, he already did it once before, but I think we're going to unleash, with Trump as president for a second term, a golden age of prosperity for Arizona and the whole country, but we got to get him there first. Thank you. Sir.
Hi, JD Vance. We talked a few weeks ago in Tucson. I'm Jose Angel from Telemundo. I want to ask you a little bit because Donald Trump has said before that he will revoke the temporary protective status of some migrants in Ohio. And I want to ask you, what's your plan? Will you support that? The same thing for migrants in different communities, not just Haitians, Venezuelans, or Mexicans in general that are applying for asylum, which is basically a program that is legally based. And what would you do with them, if you will revoke them or not?
Well, there are, of course, so many differences between Donald Trump's approach to the border and Kamala Harris's approach to the border. But this particular issue, I think that what Kamala Harris has done is she has used programs that are meant to help people who are escaping tyranny, and she's used it to grant amnesty to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be in the country, and that has to stop. Because here's what happens. Here's what happens when Kamala Harris grants millions upon millions of people legal status. Well, number one, they're entitled to housing benefits. So one, that's unfair to American taxpayers, but that also means a lot of American citizens are getting kicked out of their homes because they can't compete with the government subsidized rent that a lot of illegal immigrants are getting. When you do this, I mean, in Arizona schools right now, we have got thousands upon thousands of children who can't even speak the local language in Arizona. Sometimes they don't even speak Spanish, of course, because we've got illegal immigrants coming from all over. What does that do to the education of American children when their teachers aren't teaching them, but they're focused on kids who don't have the legal right to be here? And again, nothing against the children, but we can't have a border policy that ruins the quality of American education. That is not compassionate to the American children that I have a responsibility to. So what Donald Trump has proposed doing is we're going to stop doing mass parole. We're going to stop doing mass grants of temporary protective status. Of course, you're going to have people fleeing from tyranny, but that happens on a case-by-case basis, not by waving the magic government wand and giving millions upon millions of people who don't have the right to be here legal status. It is a disgrace, and Donald Trump is going to stop it.
Hi, Senator Vance. Rachel Louise Jess with ABC 15 Arizona. Your campaign has been working particularly hard this election season to win over the votes of Native voters here in Arizona. Can you promise that they'll be able to have a seat at the table, potentially roles in your administration, should you get to the White House?
That's right. Yeah, no, I appreciate you asking that question. We really have done. We've tried to reach out to a lot of tribal Americans, a lot of Native Americans, and I've actually had some very good conversations with some of the tribal leadership all across our country. And I think, the reason why you have, I think, Native Americans coming around to Donald Trump's candidacy, and a lot of these folks haven't voted Republican maybe in their entire lives, certainly not in many, many years, is they recognize that a wide open southern border and unaffordable groceries and rent, it hits our Native communities as hard as it hits anybody else, and we've got to stop it. We've got to look out for people who have the legal right to be here. And of course, that's very true of our Native citizens. The thing I promise, both for me and also on behalf of President Trump, is look, we're not always going to agree on every issue. We're not going to agree on every issue just in this room. And these are some pretty, diehard folks in this room, right? But what I always promise is we're always going to listen to people, and Native and tribal folks are always going to have a seat at the table, right? Because sometimes, and this has been an interesting learning experience for me, is you assume that a particular tribe is going to come out one way on an issue, and then you sit down and talk to them, and they actually have a totally different perspective than what you thought they would have had. The only way to know where folks are coming from is to actually talk to them. And that's something that Donald Trump and I really believe in, is talking to the American people. One final thing on this, it's not related to the Native issue in particular, but one of the things that I think really separates Donald Trump's approach to leadership and Kamala Harris's approach to leadership is Donald Trump believes in persuading your fellow citizens and not trying to censor them. And I think it's a really... whether it's Kamala Harris putting pressure on big tech companies to censor her fellow citizens, whether it's calling people racist for daring to believe that we ought to actually have border security in the United States of America, Kamala Harris is obsessed with silencing her fellow citizens. Donald Trump and I believe we ought to talk to one another. And that's the best way to actually make your case to the American people, is if they disagree with you, have a conversation with them. Don't try to shut up the citizens of your own country. That is not what American leaders should do. Let's do two more questions, then we're going to have to hit the road. Sir.
Hi, Senator Vance. Wayne Shutsky with KJZZ News. We heard Mayor Beck mention the Taiwan semiconductor facility in North Phoenix. That facility, along with many others in Arizona, are recipients of CHIPS Act funding, which former President Trump has criticized on occasion. So my question is, if elected, what would the Trump-Vance administration, how would it handle administering CHIPS Act funding moving forward?
Yeah, so I just want to be clear here that President Trump, more than any political leader of my lifetime, believes in bringing American manufacturing back to the United States of America, and that includes semiconductors. And one of the things that President Trump makes this point all the time is that part of the leverage that communist China has over us is that they control the market for semiconductors, for computer chips, which computer chips are in everything, right? They're not just in our phones, they're in our cars, they're in our laptops, they're in our refrigerators. We have got to make more of this stuff in the United States of America, and we're thrilled about the expansion of operations in Arizona. That's a very good thing. President Trump, what he has criticized sometimes is the administration under Kamala Harris's leadership, the way that we try to force these companies. Look, give you two options. Option one is we say we need to do more chip manufacturing in the United States of America. Let's lower energy costs and let's encourage businesses to produce as many chips in America as possible. That's option A. That is what Trump thinks that we should be doing, encouraging more manufacturing. What you've seen under Secretary Raimondo and Kamala Harris is them trying to say that you're only going to get money to manufacture chips if you do what we want you to do politically. And I think that's not a way to run an economy in this country. I frankly don't care if you agree with us on this political issue or disagree with us. So long as you're paying your workers a good wage and building a great American product, Donald Trump and I will be on your side. That will happen every single day of our administration. But this thing you see with Kamala Harris where she says we're going to hold your government funding hostage unless you agree with our politics. You see this in the banking sector, them trying to say we're not going to allow you to open a bank account if you don't agree with us. You see this with social media. We're not going to allow you to have a social media company unless you toe the progressive line. We want American business to build great products. Cut out the political BS. Let people do what they want to do. And if you disagree with them, talk to them about it. Don't try to shut their business down. Final question.
Dennis Welch with CBS 5 and 3 TV. Simple question. We're 2 weeks away from... Got a lot of fans here, as you can hear.
Just one. I just heard one. Yeah. That's okay. Go ahead, Dennis.
We'll end with this question. The election is 2 weeks from today. I'm not going to be asking you about 4 years ago, but from what you've seen, from what you've learned, are you confident in the Arizona election system, and are you going to accept the results moving forward?
Well, look, I think that we're in a better place than we were in 2020. And I think that what we're going to keep on working on over the next couple of weeks, I mean, you saw this even in 2022, where some of the voting machines in Maricopa went down on Election Day. Now, whether you think that was just incompetence or something else, it's not okay. We want every legal ballot to be cast and to be counted in the United States of America. So we're going to keep on fighting for election integrity. But look, Dennis, sitting here today, are we going to get this perfect? Of course we're not going to get it perfect, but we're doing a hell of a lot better in 2024 than we were in 2020. So the best message that I can give is to get out there and vote through whatever method makes the most sense. And look, I'm one of these guys, I don't love election season. I like election day. But as President Trump said, it is what it is. And if we're going to have early voting and mail-in voting and election day voting, then we need to take advantage of every opportunity we have to vote. Get out there and make your voices heard. And yes, I think we're going to have a good election in Arizona in 2024. Let me, if I can, offer just one final thought here, and then we're going to have to hit the road, unfortunately. I want you. I'll be back. Don't worry. You'll get sick of me in the next 2 weeks. Look, I want you to think of really what this election is about. And I think those of us who care a lot about politics, sometimes it's red jerseys versus blue jerseys. We really want to beat the Democrats. And of course, we do really want to beat the Democrats. And it's going to be very fun to beat Kamala Harris on November the 5th. Trust me, I'm going to be as happy as anybody. But the goal here is to beat the Democrats in the service of solving the country's problems that have been caused by years of Kamala Harris's broken leadership, not just as vice president, but over many, many years. I think she keeps on making bad decisions for the American people, and we want to take away her ability to do that. We want to get to a point where Kamala Harris's bad decisions is something she can deal with, not that 330 million of our fellow citizens have to deal with, right? That's what the election is all about. But let me give you just a couple of examples of what happens when our leadership is not doing a good job. So the first is I met a woman when I was campaigning a few weeks back, and she's a retiree, and her husband is about to be a retiree, but he's still got a couple years left in his working life. And they're raising their grandchildren. Their grandparents who are raising their grandchildren because their daughter died of a fentanyl overdose. And they were telling me about a ritual, and these are the family rituals that make life worth living, that for 40 years, in good times and bad, they would do steak night on Friday night. And that was their thing. And I'm not talking about going to a fancy steakhouse. I'm talking about going to a grocery store and buying a nice steak and grilling it out, and they did it every Friday. They stopped doing it about a year ago because under Kamala Harris's rising grocery prices, they just can't afford anymore with their grandkids that they're raising. They couldn't afford to do steak night anymore. And think about what it means for a family to sacrifice a little ritual like that after 40 years of doing it, and then to be deprived of that thing. These are the things that actually make our life worth living. And one of the things that we're trying to do is build an economy that is prosperous enough where if you work hard and play by the rules, you can enjoy to have steak night on a Friday night. That's what we want for every single one of our citizens. Now, I know very personally, actually, because I grew up in a family, again, that didn't always have a whole lot of money. And I know this is maybe not as big of an issue in Arizona as it is in Ohio. But I remember when it got really cold and money was especially tight, my grandmother would sometimes say, you know what, we're going to throw a few extra blankets on the bed. We're not going to turn on the heating tonight because we can't afford it. And I think that in a country with as unlimited the energy resources that we have, we ought to fight for the right of every citizen. So again, so long as they work hard and play by the rules, every single one of our citizens should be able to heat their home in the middle of a cold winter night. But that has gotten harder. That's gotten harder because energy prices are 45% higher than they were 3.5 years ago because Kamala Harris has gone to war on the American energy sector. So when we go out there for the next 2 weeks, as we're getting our friends to vote, as we're helping our friends to get to the polls, as we're talking to people about why we want to make Donald Trump the next president of the United States, just remember, we're out there every single day fighting for the right of our citizens to have steak night on a Friday night. We're fighting for the right of our citizens to be able to turn on the heating in the middle of a cold winter night. We are fighting for peace and prosperity for the American people, and that's why we're getting out there and making Donald Trump the next president of the United States. Let's do it together, my friends. We got 2 weeks to go. Let's make it happen. God bless you. I love
Thank you for tuning into the live show. Man, JD Vance is doing an absolutely amazing job, bro. Absolutely amazing job. Thank you for tuning in one more time. You guys are the best. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. All right, so this was in Arizona, Peoria, or something like that. If that's how you pronounce it. But now we're going to play another rally he had in Tucson, Arizona. So same state, different cities, okay? All right, here goes JD Vance.
Wow. Wow. My friends, it is so good to be back in Tucson, Arizona. It is so good to be back in Tucson, Arizona. And in just 2 weeks' time, or as we used to say in the Marine Corps, 13 days and a wake up, we're going to make Donald Trump the next president of the United States, and it's going to start right here in Arizona. Now, we have some great dignitaries. You guys have some great local leadership. I want to give them a shout out before we get started. We've got Chairwoman of the Arizona GOP, Gina Swoboda. Where's Gina at? Hey, Gina, thank you. Gina and I get along very well, even though I pronounce Gina's name differently every single time that I see her. Gina, I'm so sorry. By the end of this election, we will figure it out, but only if we win Arizona by 5 points. So that's the challenge. I'm so thrilled to have President of the National Border Patrol Council, Paul Perez. Paul, where are you at? There we go. Paul and his agents are doing a hell of a job despite the fact that Kamala Harris is a disaster. Let's win to give Paul Perez the leadership that this country deserves. Some real border security with Donald J. Trump. And we've got the Vice President of the National Border Patrol Council, Art Del Cueto. Art, thank you so much, man. It's good to see you. Think about it. These guys are doing such a good job keeping us safe. They're doing such a good job despite the fact that the Vice President of the United States is their border czar and is committed to open borders. Don't we need to give these people a president who fights for them instead of fighting against them? And that's what Donald Trump is going to do. Now, let's talk just a little bit about Kamala Harris, shall we? And Now, I've got the easiest job in American politics, if you think about it. Because Jesus is Lord. Thank you, ma'am. And I'm not afraid to say that. It'd be good to have a vice president not afraid to say that. But look, here's the thing. I got the easiest job in politics because all that I have to do is go out and remind the American people that Donald Trump was the president of peace and prosperity. That's a pretty damn easy job to do. We just got to talk about the fact that when Donald Trump was president, take-home pay was rising faster than it had in a generation. When Donald Trump was president, inflation was a low 1.5%. And when Donald Trump was president, the border was secure. That's a hell of a record to run on. And that's the Donald Trump record. Now, I honestly feel bad. I'm probably the only person in the room that feels bad for Governor Tim Walz. And I think that reaction suggests that I'm right. I'm the only person that feels bad for Governor Tim Walz. Because think about it. If I've got the easiest job to do in American politics, he's got the hardest job in American politics. He's got to go around and convince the American people that Kamala Harris is somehow going to solve the very problem she has been creating over the last 3.5 years. That's a tough job. If you're the praying type, I suggest maybe you say a prayer for Tim Walz, because here's what Tim Walz has to do. He has to somehow pretend that Kamala Harris didn't open the American southern border, but she did. He has to pretend that Kamala Harris didn't cast trillions of dollars in new spending, which is why groceries and housing are unaffordable in the state of Arizona and across our country. Tim Walz has to try to convince people that Kamala Harris actually has ideas in her head for how to govern the United States of America. And I think all of us with common sense, when we see Kamala Harris say things like on day one, she's going to tackle the affordability crisis affecting American families. A lot of us are saying, Kamala, day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing the whole time? Go do your job. Stop talking about how you're going to do your job. Now, I will say, in Kamala's defense, look at this. Look at me being bipartisan. I'm being nice to Tim Walz. I'm being nice to Kamala Harris. In Kamala's defense, I think that every time she does an interview, we gain about 100,000 votes. So Kamala, keep on doing those interviews, whether they're softballs or not. And I don't know if you've seen some of the softball interviews that she does, but the problem, I know we have some baseball fans in the room, right? We've got some baseball fans. The problem with a softball interview is that you still got to be able to hit a softball. And I don't know if Kamala Harris could hit a T-ball based on what we've seen over the last couple of weeks. And now we joke about this, but actually the joke is on us, because this is not just a person who's bad at doing interviews. This is a person who doesn't have the competence or the skills to be president of the United States. And I think in just 2 weeks, Arizona is going to send Kamala Harris a message. Go back to San Francisco where you belong. We're making Donald Trump the next president. Now, let's just talk about the economy for a little bit, and then I want to talk about the open border of Kamala Harris. Because, of course, in Tucson, we've got some of the biggest problems with the open border that we've had anywhere in our country. But think about how bad the inflation and affordability crisis has gotten under Kamala Harris's leadership. We've got average Arizona families are spending $1,000 more a month today to buy what they could have bought when Donald Trump was president. We've got Arizona families that are paying 55% more for housing and rent today than they were when Donald Trump was president. And we got a lot of Arizona families that are paying 25% higher prices for groceries than when Donald Trump was president. Now, this is because we departed from some very common sense economic principles, and I think it's important to compare the record and the plans of Donald Trump against Kamala Harris. Now, the biggest reason that we've got runaway affordability problems is because Kamala Harris has waged war on American energy. Think about this. If the truck driver who's bringing the groceries to the grocery store is paying 45% more for diesel, then all of us are paying more for groceries. If the truck driver who's delivering the lumber to the construction site is paying 50% more for gas, then all of us are paying more for housing. So Kamala Harris wants to wage war on American energy. Donald Trump's plan is very simple. Drill, baby, drill. Unleash American energy, and you'll lower prices for American consumers. Now, there's another thing that Kamala Harris, she's got her economic plan totally upside down. She'll say that she wants, and I've never seen a politician in my life, even the ones who want to raise taxes, they usually lie about it, right? Kamala Harris is going around bragging about the fact that she is going to undo the Trump tax cuts and raise taxes by millions and billions of dollars on working families. And then she wants to give money to foreign corporations that ship our jobs overseas. Well, isn't there something wrong with that? Here's the Donald Trump approach. We're going to lower taxes for working Americans, and we're going to penalize the companies that are shipping jobs overseas, not reward them. You know, Kamala Harris, she wants to impose so many regulations on our workers, on our businesses. There have been hundreds of billions of dollars of additional regulations that have nothing to do with clean water or clean air. Donald Trump and I, we believe in clean air and clean water. We also believe that we can have a growing economy while protecting our workers and protecting the jobs that they do. And that's a big difference. And perhaps the biggest difference of all is that Kamala Harris came into office bragging that she wanted to open the American southern border. She came into office bragging about undoing all of Donald Trump's border policies. You know what Donald Trump thinks we ought to do? Build that wall, finish that wall, and send illegal aliens back home, not to the United States of America. Now, there is this crazy thing that Kamala Harris keeps saying. And you know, if you think of her campaign, if you pay attention to their campaign, she never talks about how she's going to lower grocery and housing prices for American citizens because she doesn't have any plans to do it. And most importantly, she's made the problem worse over the last 3.5 years. She'll never talk about how she's going to bring peace and stability back to the world with her foreign policy because she's been in office for 3.5 years and the world is on fire right now. So every time they ask her a question, every time they put a microphone in front of Kamala Harris and they ask her what she's going to do, she'll say, well, I grew up in a middle-class family. Or increasingly what she'll say is she'll talk about Donald Trump. And the audacity for a person who's been in power for 3.5 years blaming Donald Trump for her failures, I'd like to have a president who takes some responsibility for themselves and their leadership, and that's not Kamala Harris. So I want to talk about something that hasn't gotten much news coverage, and it's connected to this border issue. And I want to name this family and this young man by name because though you may not know about it, because again, the news media hasn't really covered it, just a few days ago, there was a United States Marine veteran who was killed by the Mexican drug cartels. I'm dead serious. I want to tell you a little bit about this man because I just met his family. I just met his brother-in-law and his father, and of course they're heartbroken, but they mustered the courage to tell me a little bit about their son who lost his life, and I want to tell you a little bit about it. First of all, you know, I'm biased because I was in the Marines, but this is a tall, good-looking guy, one of our very best, and his name was Nicholas Douglas Quetz. And he was murdered. He was visiting somebody in Mexico. They were going to do some beach activities. He got stopped by the Mexican drug cartels, and he lost his life. And one of the things that we have to appreciate is that what the cartels are doing, my friends, it's not just affecting us north of the border, it's affecting everything north and south of the border. It's affecting a young Marine who wants to go visit a friend and spend some time on a beach. Because when we allow these cartels to get rich off of American suffering, then it destabilizes not just our communities, it destabilizes Mexico and the United States together. And yes, sometimes a lot of Mexican citizens are paying for that, but sometimes our own American citizens are paying the price for that too. Now here's what's additionally really disgraceful. This family lost their son, I believe 4 days ago. Have they heard from a single elected official? Of course they haven't. Of course they haven't. Because we're led by incompetent people who don't give a damn about American citizens, and that's going to change when Donald Trump is the president of the United States. You know what else they told me is that they believe, and apparently American authorities believe, that they actually have the name of the person who killed this handsome young Marine. And you know what should be happening is that a U.S. attorney ought to be filing charges against that scumbag and bringing him to the United States to face the full force of American law. So, gentlemen, I hope to the family of Nicholas, I hope that by talking about this today, we brought some attention to what's going on. But here is my solemn promise to you while you've been ignored by your own government for the last 4 days in the midst of this unbelievable tragedy. I promise you that Calvary is coming, and when Donald Trump is president, we're going to kick the cartel's asses, and we're going to do it for you and for every person in this room. Because, you know, I appreciate the show's support, and I just cannot believe that we've gotten to a point where, thanks to Kamala Harris's policies, we've turned Mexico into a narco state on our southern border. The cartels, in some ways, are more powerful than the local Mexican authorities, and that is injuring, it's killing, and it's making our citizens less safe. This has got to stop. You're sick of it, and I'm sick of it, and it's going to change. In 2 weeks, it's going to change. And I just, you know, to the American voters, especially those that are watching at home, think about what Kamala Harris actually thinks about us. If she's talking not about young Marines losing their lives, if she's talking not about how to reimpose border security, she's not talking about how to make groceries more affordable. She's talking about Donald Trump. And she's going around and campaigning with washed-up politicians like Liz Cheney. She's betting on all of us being dumb. And you know what Donald Trump and I are betting on? We're betting on all of the American people being smart and patriotic and kicking Kamala Harris to the curb, which is exactly where she belongs. Now, I just say this, but, you know, I watched this event with Kamala Harris. Remember a couple months ago, the media was all focused on how Kamala Harris, she was the candidate of joy. The candidate of joy. Well, we've got all the joy in this room right now in the Trump events. We're having a good time, and we're going to have a better time on November 5th. But, you know, they did this event with Kamala Harris, and she's basically whining at the people at it wasn't a rally. I don't think they had that many people there, frankly. But she's whining at people for thinking that Donald Trump is funny. And she's like, how dare you have a sense of humor, and when a guy cracks a joke, you actually laugh at it. The joy is gone from the Kamala Harris campaign, my friend. She's mad at us for thinking that our president, who does have a very good sense of humor, is actually good at telling jokes from time to time. Well, I'm proud. Politics doesn't have to be dull and boring. Sometimes you can have a good time, and I think Donald Trump recognizes that better than anybody. But watching her up there complaining at her fellow citizens for laughing at jokes, all I could think about was she doesn't come across as a president. She comes across as a vice principal who's very disappointed. my friend, she's very disappointed in us. She's very disappointed that we laugh at jokes from time to time. She's very disappointed that we want to pay lower prices for groceries and housing. She's very disappointed that we want to close down southern border. And she's very disappointed that in 2 weeks we're going to tell Kamala Harris, you're fired, get the hell out of Washington, D.C. All right. Okay. Now here's what we're going to do. I'm going to make one more point, and then I'm going to take some questions from the reporters, and then we'll have to wrap up and hit the road. I think we're headed to Nevada today, and then we'll do some events there, and then we'll head back to the East Coast, where we'll be campaigning in Georgia, North Carolina, and then in the Midwest. So we're getting around, ladies and gentlemen. We're having a good time doing it. But the final message I want to leave you all with is we're going to win this race, but only if we get out there and vote. All of this politicking, all these rallies, all these media interviews, all the fun that we're having, it's not going to amount to anything unless we get our friends and family out there to the polls. And so I want to make 3 requests of you. Number 1, there's a website that we built called swampthevoteusa.com, and I'll repeat it, swampthevoteusa.com. You can check your registration. You can check how to get a mail-in ballot if that's what you want to do. You can check your polling location. You can check how to get involved in our efforts in these final 2 weeks to get out the vote and make sure that we actually win this race. Because if we all get out there and vote, we're going to win this race, and Donald Trump's going to be the President of the United States. That's a pretty damn good thing. Sorry. That's number 1. Number 1 is swampthevoteusa.com. Number 2, while I'm taking reporters or now, or you can do it, whatever makes sense, we'll be here for another 15 minutes or so. Take out your phone, take a photo of this rally, take a photo of yourself and your friends and your family, post it on social media, or text it to your friends and tell them why you're voting for Donald Trump for president. We're never going to have Kamala Harris and her corporate media allies tell the truth about this campaign or about this movement. But you know who can tell the truth? Every single person in this room. And if we tell the truth, we win. That's the second request I want to make of you. And the third request is I want every person in this room to get out there and vote 10 times. Now I can see some of you are like, we're in Tucson, not Maricopa County. We only vote once down here. But we're going to vote in Maricopa County and here in Tucson. We're going to vote 10 times the legal way. And that means taking yourself to the polls and get 9 of your friends and family. Get them to the polls. Make sure they vote the right way. And that's how we take this country back. So, with that, I will say thank you, Arizona. Thank you for all your hard work. Let's get across the finish line and make Donald Trump the next president and take this country back. God love you. Thank you so much. We'll take some questions from reporters, but I'm so thrilled to be here. All righty. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you all. Let's start with the local reporters. We'll get to the national folks if we got a little time. Semper Fi. God bless you, sir.
Hello, Senator Vance. My name is Renee Romo. I'm a reporter with 13 News here in Tucson. Thank you so much for taking questions. My question to you is just as you were talking about your ticket's economic plan, former President Donald Trump has said that he would impose high tariffs on Chinese goods.
Sure.
If he were to take office. However, a number of economists have said that would increase the prices of foreign goods here in America. What do you say to any voters that are concerned about this?
Yeah, Renee, I think, look, it's a fair question. It's an important question. But the very same people who said that Donald Trump's tariffs aren't going to work are the very same people that said that we should let China into the World Trade Organization. They were wrong about that. They're the very same people that said it would lead to more American prosperity if we shipped all of our industries and manufacturing base to China, and they were wrong about that. And they're the same people that have led to the evisceration of the American middle class, and they were wrong about that. Donald Trump and I are going to rebuild the American middle class, and we're going to do it by fighting back against the Communist Chinese Party. Now, here's what's so important about this, Renee, is look, think about this. If you take two factories and two sets of workers, in America, we want those factory workers to have good middle-class jobs. We want them to be able to support a family and buy a home with those good middle-class jobs. In China, they're willing to pay their people, sometimes literal slaves, $3 a day. And you ask yourself, well, if they're going to make it for $3 a day and we want to pay our people good middle-class wages, how do we fight back against it? And the way that we fight back against it is to say, if you want to bring that slave labor-made crap back into our country, you're going to pay a big fat tariff, and that's how we're going to protect American businesses and American workers. And the one final point, the reason I don't put too much stock, and by the way, there are plenty of experts that think that Donald Trump's economic plan is the way to recreate prosperity in this country. I think Donald Trump is going to unleash a golden age of opportunity and the American dream in this country. We got to get there first, of course. But those same people, you know what the people who say they don't like Donald Trump's economic plans, they ignore the fact that Donald Trump put big fat tariffs on China during his first administration. And inflation was the lowest it had been in 40 years, and take-home pay was going up. So my response to people who criticize Donald Trump's economic plans is the proof is in the pudding. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Because I think for most Arizonans, they're saying no. So let's change directions. Let's go back to the policies that worked. Let's go back to Donald J. Trump's presidency. Thank you, ma'am. Next question.
Hi, Senator Vance. I'm Samantha Califa from the Tucson Spotlight. In the past, you've been very clear about your views on women and abortion and women's health care. What are your plans to support women if you make it to the White House?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm glad you asked that question. Look, I grew up in a family where we also often didn't have a lot of money. In fact, most of the time didn't have a whole lot of money. And I grew up in a neighborhood, frankly, where I saw a lot of young women who chose to terminate a pregnancy because they felt like they didn't have any options. And what Donald Trump and I believe is that we want as many American families to have as many children as they want to. And the best way to do that is to give young women more options. Don't make them feel like there's only one choice out there. Let's promote a true pro-family country. Let's make... We want to make, for folks who need it, we want to make fertility more accessible. For young families who go to the hospital, they have a beautiful baby and they come home to surprise medical bills, we need to cut that crap out. There are a lot of things that we can do to make it more affordable and more possible for American families to choose life, and that's certainly what I want to happen. I want more American families to have babies, to have beautiful, healthy families, because if we don't have families in this country, then what the hell's the point of it, right? We want to raise our families in a healthy and prosperous country. And if you don't have children, you don't have the next generation. So Donald Trump and I are committed to being pro-family, pro-woman, pro-baby, and we're going to make it happen when we get back to the White House. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, Senator. My name is Natalie Robbins from the Tucson Sentinel. So when your running mate Donald Trump was here in Tucson, he planned to launch one of the largest mass deportations in our history. Senator, I'm curious if your campaign...
Note to self, I'd like to have a drink of whatever you all had before you came to this rally.
Me
we're,
too.
We're having a good time. Ask your question, ma'am. Sorry.
Senator, I'm curious if your administration plans to deport DACA recipients or childhood arrivals.
Look, ma'am, I think that what we've said and what President Trump has said is that when you've got 25 million illegal aliens in this country, you've got to deport a lot of people or you don't have a border anymore. It's just that simple. Now, look, you also, of course, we got to focus on the most hardened criminals. Thanks to Kamala Harris's policies, we've got 425,000 violent criminal illegal aliens in this country right now. We mentioned the U.S. Marines. That's more than double the size of the United States Marine Corps. We've got to get those people out of our country, and we've got to do it as quickly as humanly possible. But look, we also have to deport people, not just the bad people who came into our country, but people who violated the law coming into this country. We've got to be willing to deport them. And I think, by the way, of course, you can be humane about this, you can be compassionate about this, but I completely reject the argument that Kamala Harris's open border, which has led to 320,000 missing children, that has led to 11 and 12-year-old girls being sex trafficked by Mexican drug cartels, that is not compassionate. Having a border is compassionate for American citizens and for everybody else, too. Next question.
Senator Vance, John Washington, Arizona Luminaria. A related question here. So would you consider also re-implementing the family separation crisis? When you talk about closing down borders, would that also include potentially ending the refugee program?
Well, look. Well, there's so a couple things there. First of all, there's not one refugee program, right? We have multiple different refugee programs. And the problem is that Kamala Harris has granted mass asylum and mass parole. That was never what these programs were meant for. Now, we're not talking about a guy who, worked with American troops and is a good person, has been properly vetted, and you handle those cases on a case-by-case basis. We're talking about Kamala Harris giving legal status to millions of people. That's illegal. It's also disgraceful, and is one of the reasons why we have probably thousands of terrorists in this country right now, is because she's not doing her job. Now, the second question here is, I find that even the premise of the question a little unusual, because you talk about, are you going to re-implement child separation? Well, the Department of Homeland Security has said they've effectively lost 320,000 children. Now, some of them hopefully are at home with their families, but we know that a lot of them have been sex trafficked. A lot of them have been used by drug mules. The true family separation policy is Kamala Harris's open border, and Donald Trump is going to change that. Next question.
Good afternoon, Senator Vance. My name is Marely Ruiz. I'm with Univision Arizona. My question to you is, right now you mentioned that in the next 2 weeks you were going to change the situation with Mexico and their cartels. How are you planning on doing that?
Well, what I said, and maybe I misspoke, but I don't think that I did. What I said is that over the next couple of weeks, we all need to work to apply pressure on the cartels who murdered this innocent young Marine, and try to put pressure on Kamala Harris to do something about it. Because for the next 2 weeks, she's the one in power. Donald Trump and I ultimately can't change anything. But in 2 weeks, when the fine people in this room make Donald Trump the president-elect of the United States of America, ma'am, here's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to stop using the People's Department of Justice against the American citizens, and we're going to start using the Department of Justice against the Mexican drug cartels. And here's And here's the other thing. I think we've got hundreds of thousands of very fine Marines, soldiers, sailors, and airmen who are pretty pissed off at the Mexican drug cartels. I think we'll send them to do battle with the Mexican drug cartels, too. We'll do one more question, then I'll leave you all with a final thought, and then we'll have to hit the road. Thank you all.
Hello, Senator J.D. Vance. Kenny Darwood with KGI 9. I just wanted to ask, we have an opioid problem in this country, specifically with fentanyl. And since moving to Arizona, I've talked to many parents, loved ones who have lost loved ones to fentanyl. What is the federal government's role in addressing the issue, and how exactly do we combat that issue, especially for a state like Arizona, where most, if not all of that fentanyl is coming through our border?
Yeah. Well, let me say a couple things. First of all, this is a humanitarian catastrophe that should be the biggest story in every national news media story and interview. They want to talk about 2020. They want to talk about something that happened 6 years ago. They ought to be talking about the fact that 100,000 of our people, many in the prime of their lives, are dying. It is a disgrace, and Donald Trump is going to do everything that he can to fight it. That's where we're going to start. Now, you ask how. How do you do that? Look, the number one reason why we have so much fentanyl in the state of Arizona, but also all over our country, we got to talk about it. This crap is manufactured in China because it's tough to manufacture, and then it's brought into the United States of America by the Mexican drug cartels. You need to have a president who goes to China and tells them what's what, stop manufacturing this crap, and then you need to have a president who sends the U.S. military to battle with the Mexican drug cartels. Get this poison out of our country. That's what we got to start with. Now, here's the second thing, and I know this very personally. Back home in Ohio, I know a lot of folks, especially a lot of folks engaged in Christian ministry, who are trying to help people in recovery take that first step out of addiction. Whether that's a detox facility where they get clean for 48 hours and they can go into bigger treatment, or whether that's setting up, Christian-based, religious-based ministries to deal with people and to help people who are dealing with addiction. We need to make it easier for folks in their communities to provide treatment to the people who need it. And unfortunately, right now, we've got a federal government that's making it harder on Christian ministry. We need to make it easier on everybody. Whether you're a Christian or not, if you want to help people, Donald Trump is going to be your friend in the Oval Office. So on that note, let me just give you some sense of the stakes here. And again, we got to get out there and vote. That's the most important thing. We've got to get out there and vote, and we've got every opportunity to do it. You got mail-in voting, you got early voting, you got election day voting. Look, I don't like election season. I like election day, but as Donald Trump says, it is what it is. We've got to use the tools available to us to get out there and vote, because if Kamala Harris's team is using everything and we're only voting on election day, then we're going to lose. So use every avenue you can to get people to the polls and to get yourself to the polls too. That's what we got to do. But I'd ask you to just think a little bit about the stakes here, because look, I want to win this election as much as anybody in this room, and we are going to win this election. And it is going to be very fun. I will tell you, it's going to be very fun on November the 5th to beat Kamala Harris and the Democrats. It will be. But the point is not just to beat Kamala Harris and the Democrats. The point is to beat them so that the American people can have the government that actually serves their interests and fights for their values and for their futures. That's what this is all about. Now, we've got a young Marine who lost his life at the hands of the Mexican drug cartels. And when his family was telling me this story, you know what I was thinking in the back of my mind? I was thinking about when I sat next to a DEA agent, a drug enforcement agent, on a plane, And he told me that in the last few years, the Mexican cartels have gone from making about $1 billion a year to over $15 billion a year. And that was a couple years ago. It's probably, Border Patrol folks, it's probably a hell of a lot higher now than it was 2 years ago. When we enrich criminal gangs because of the policies of Kamala Harris, it comes back home. And sometimes it comes back home in the most tragic way. I'll tell you another person I met on the campaign trail. Just a few weeks ago, a woman who's about, probably 65, 70. She had recently been retired. Her husband was about to retire, and they were raising their grandchildren because her daughter had died of a fentanyl overdose. And you know what she told me? She said that for 40 years, in good times and in bad times, they had a little tradition that they did every Friday night. Her and her husband would do steak night. And I'm not talking about going to a fancy steakhouse. I'm talking about going to the grocery store and grilling some steaks at home. And I know all of us realize it's those little rituals, those are the things that actually make life worth living, right? A steak night with your loved ones on a Friday night, that's why we work, and that's why we love this country. But you know what? She stopped doing steak night about a year ago. And she stopped doing steak night because it was so expensive. The groceries were too high that she gave up on this thing that had brought her and her family meaning and joy for 40 years. What we're doing, my friends, is not just beating Kamala Harris and the Democrats. What we're doing is creating a country where young Marines don't lose their lives because we've empowered the Mexican drug cartels. We're creating a country where people who work hard and play by the rules can afford a steak on a Friday night because this is the United States of America, and that's what we want for our citizens. But as we're out there working, and as we're out there getting people to the polls, and as we're out there finding ways to make sure that as many people vote for Donald Trump as possible, I just want you to remember that the American people, the people I just talked about who are suffering under Kamala Harris's leadership, they are going to thrive and prosper, but only if they have a leader who is fit to serve and fit to lead this great nation. Let's go give it to him. God bless you, Arizona. Thank you so much for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling y'all, man, this guy right here, he is the new star in the Republican Party for sure. 2028, 2032 is going to be a very, very bright year for this guy right here. Okay, so I don't know if you know, but Kamala Harris had a town hall was it today or no, yesterday with CNN. Okay, so let's see what that looks like. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it. Kamala Harris. Okay, let's get it.
And welcome. We are live from Chester Township, Pennsylvania, Delaware County, one of the critical counties around Philadelphia that will help determine who wins the White House. Welcome to CNN's presidential town hall with the Democratic nominee, Vice President Kamala Harris. I'm Anderson Cooper. Now, in this room, we have assembled a group of 32 Pennsylvania voters who say they are still undecided or persuadable. All of them are registered to vote. Some cast votes for Joe Biden in 2020, others for Donald Trump. Some didn't vote at all, and for some, this is their first election. Many are leaning right now to one candidate or another, but they all say they have yet to make their final choice. Now, we found these voters working with a nonpartisan research firm, as well as business and religious groups, universities, and other civic organizations. These voters are asking their own questions tonight, selected by CNN to cover a variety of topics. You may see them holding a piece of paper when they're asking their question. It has their question on it. That is a question they have come up with. It has not been edited in any way by CNN. We also invited former President Donald Trump to participate in a town hall or a debate. He declined. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vice President Kamala Harris. And Vice President, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks. We have a mic right here.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much. Good evening,
everyone.
Good evening.
Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to get to the audience in just a second. I want to start by asking you, though, for weeks you have been calling Donald Trump unstable, unhinged. You've called him dangerous. You've quoted General Milley recently, who called him a fascist. Today, you quoted General Kelly, who said that Trump repeatedly praised Hitler.
Yeah.
But there are tens of millions of Americans right now who have heard all those things, and they don't buy it, or even if they do, they're still going to vote for Donald Trump. He's arguably more popular now than ever. You have 13 days to go. What do you say to those voters to convince them? Because some of them are in this room.
Sure, and I thank you all for taking the time to be here. And you could be doing a number of other things with your time. So this really is proof that we love our country. People are engaged, Anderson, and really want to talk about the issues. And so the issue that you raise, yes, I do believe that Donald Trump is unstable, increasingly unstable, and unfit to serve. And I don't necessarily think that everyone has heard what you and I have heard repeatedly, which is the people who know Donald Trump best, the people who worked with him in the White House, in the Situation Room, in the Oval Office, all Republicans, by the way, who served in his administration, his former chief of staff, his national security advisor, former secretaries of defense, and his vice president have all called him unfit and dangerous. They have said explicitly he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. They have said he should never again serve as president of the United States. We know that is why Mike Pence is not running with him again, why the job was empty. And then today we learned that John Kelly, a 4-star Marine general, who was his longest-serving chief of staff, gave an interview recently in the last 2 weeks of this election talking about how dangerous Donald Trump is. And I think one has to think about, why would someone who served with him, who is not political, a 4-star Marine general, why is he telling the American people now? And frankly, I think of it as he's just putting out a 911 call to the American people. Understand what could happen if Donald Trump were back in the White House. And this time, we must take very seriously those folks who knew him best and who were career people are not going to be there to hold him back. At least before, there were folks who we know what he would say, but they would restrain him. Imagine now Donald Trump in the Oval Office, in the Situation Room. He who has openly admired dictators, said he would be a dictator on day one. The former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff has said he is a fascist to the core. So I think that when the American people reflect, especially those who are undecided, on who you should listen to, don't take my word for it. In fact, go online and listen to John Kelly, his voice, talking about what he thinks of Donald Trump 2 weeks before the election, because I think we all know, to your point, Anderson, it is close, but there are undecided voters who clearly, by being here, have an open mind, want to talk in a way that is grounded in issues and fact. And when they hear these facts, I think it compels a lot of people to be concerned about the future of our country with Donald Trump at the lead.
You've quoted General Milley calling Donald Trump a fascist. You yourself have not used that word to describe him. Let me ask you tonight, do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I also believe that the people who know him best on this subject should be trusted. Again, look at their careers. These are not people, with the exception, I think, of only Mike Pence. These were not politicians. These are career people who have served in the highest roles in national security, who have served as generals in our military, who are highly respected. Talking about the person who would be commander-in-chief, not to mention what we know and what they've told us about how he talks about the military, servicemen and women, referring to them as suckers and losers, how he demeans people who have taken an oath to sacrifice their life for our country. And I do believe, Anderson, that part of this is why, even just this week, I traveled this state and others with Liz Cheney, former Congress member who was a very high-ranking Republican. She has endorsed me. Her father, the former Vice President of the United States, Dick Cheney, is voting for me. Over 400 previous members of the administration, from Ronald Reagan to both Presidents Bush to Donald Trump even, have endorsed my candidacy. And the reason why, among them, is a legitimate fear based on Donald Trump's words and actions, that he will not obey an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. He himself has said he would terminate the Constitution of the United States and wants to earn your vote to stand again behind the seal of the President of the United States? No one standing behind the seal of the President of the United States of America should be in that position saying they want to terminate the Constitution of the United States.
This is Annalise Keene. She's from Philadelphia. She works as a fundraiser for Habitat for Humanity. She's registered with no party affiliation. She says she's a Democrat. She's leaning toward voting for you, but said she's yet to make her final decision in part because of the conflict in the Middle East. Annalise?
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Vice President.
Good evening.
My question is, as president, what would you do to ensure not another Palestinian dies due to bombs being funded by U.S. tax dollars?
So I will say, and I think this is to your point, far too many innocent Palestinian civilians have been killed. It's unconscionable. And we are now at a place where with Sinwar's death, I do believe we have an opportunity to end this war, bring the hostages home, bring relief to the Palestinian people, and work toward a two-state solution where Israel and the Palestinians in equal measure have security, where the Palestinian people have dignity, self-determination, and the safety that they so rightly deserve.
What do you say to voters who are thinking about supporting a third-party candidate or staying on the couch, not voting at all because of this issue?
Listen, I am not going to deny the strong feelings that people have. I don't know that anyone who has seen the images who would not have strong feelings about what has happened, much less those who have relatives who have died and been killed. And I know people and have talked with people. So I appreciate that. But I also do know that for many people who care about this issue, they also care about bringing down the price of groceries. They also care about our democracy and not having a president of the United States who admires dictators and is a fascist. They also care about the fact that we need practical, common sense solutions from a leader who is willing to work across the aisle on behalf of the American people and not themselves. They want a president who cares about a fundamental freedom to make decisions about your own body, understanding that we're not trying to change anyone's belief, but let's not have the government telling women what to do with their body.
I want you to meet Beth Sandberg. She's a realtor, a mom of four from Bala Cynwyd, Pennsylvania. She's a registered Democrat, says she's undecided because of concerns about anti-Semitism. Beth?
Hi, thank you for being here.
Thank you,
Thank
Beth.
you for remembering we need to bring the hostages home.
Of course.
The rise of anti-Semitism and violence from anti-Semitism has risen greatly on college campuses and on our city streets in the last year. How would you combat this growing trend and protect our young adults?
Thank you, Beth. You are right, and I will say that we have seen a rise in anti-Semitism. It is something that we have to be honest about and we have to deal with. As Attorney General, I actually published a hate crimes report on a regular basis, and anti-Semitism was among the highest forms of hate in our country, and this was before October 7. And we know what we've seen since. Part of what we've got to do is talk with people so that they understand what are the tropes, what are the roots of what we are seeing, so that we can actually have people be more understanding. We need to have laws in place that make those who would commit crimes on behalf of anti-Semitism and hate, that they pay a serious consequence. We need to have the deterrence so that doesn't happen. We need to ensure that college students are safe in their school and feel safe to be able to go to class. But I'm going to tell you what doesn't help. Again, I invite you to listen and go online to listen to John Kelly, the former chief of staff of Donald Trump, who has told us, Donald Trump said, why aren't my generals like those of Hitler's? Like Hitler, who has referred Several times. We've heard the reports for years.
Do you believe Donald Trump is anti-Semitic?
I believe Donald Trump is a danger to the well-being and security of America.
He has said that he's casting himself as a protector of Israel. Do you believe you would be more pro?
I do not like pausing these videos, but I just got to say this, okay? So when I'm talking to the Democrats in the chat, they're always like, inflation is low now, bro. Inflation is low. Google it. Same thing she's saying, go online and watch John Kelly. Why we got to go online? All I got to do is go to the gas station, okay? All I gotta do is go to the grocery store. All I gotta do is look at my electricity bill. I don't have to go online for my electricity bill, okay? I get that, brother, in the mail. Y'all be saying, silly, bro. Inflation is low. Google it. We we ain't gotta Google our bills, bro.
Israel than Donald Trump?
I believe that Donald Trump is dangerous. I believe that when you have a president of the United States who has said to his generals who work for him because he is commander in chief, these conversations, I assume many of them took place in the Oval Office. And if the president of the United States, the commander in chief, is saying to his generals, in essence, why can't you be more like Hitler's generals, Anderson? Come on. This is a serious, serious issue. And we know who he is. He admires dictators, sending love letters back and forth with Kim Jong-un. Talks about the president of Russia, and then most recently, the reports are that in the height of COVID, when most Americans could not get their hands on a COVID test, Americans were dying by the hundreds a day. He secretly sent COVID tests to the president of Russia for his personal use. So again, this election in 13 days is presenting the American people with a very significant decision. And on the one side, on this issue of who is going to model what it means to use the bully pulpit of the President of the United States in a manner that in tone, word, and deed is about lifting up our discourse, fighting against hate, as opposed to fanning the flames of hate, which Donald Trump does consistently. I'm going to tell you, we are an incredible country, and we love our country. Y'all wouldn't be here unless we love our country. And there are certain things where we've just got to come together and realize that we do believe in the importance of healthy debate on real issues, but there are certain standards we've got to have. And, you know, another point that even John Kelly talked about, I believe, and many have, is January 6th, where you have the President of the United States defying the will of the people in a free and fair election and unleashing a violent mob who attacked the United States Capitol. 140 law enforcement officers were attacked. Some were killed. And so I say that to say the American people deserve to have a president who encourages healthy debate, works across the aisle, not afraid of good ideas wherever they come from, but also maintains certain standards about how we think about the role and the responsibility, and certainly not comparing oneself in a clearly admiring way to Hitler.
And we are back with Vice President Kamala Harris. I want you to meet Rob McPherson. He's the Chief Marketing Officer for a local organization. He's registered Republican from Media, Pennsylvania, who told us he's leaning towards voting for you, but has concerns about what he calls shifts in your policy positions. Rob?
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Vice President Harris. So welcome to Delco.
Thank you.
Here in Delco, we pride ourselves on being authentic.
Yeah.
And much of what we have seen much of what you've been saying with regard to issues like law and order and fracking reflect a more centrist view than what people are used to hearing from Kamala Harris, leaving some voters to wonder about the authenticity of your current, more moderate positions. Can you talk a little bit about how your positions have shifted and why?
Sure, and thank you. So first of all, on fracking, I've been very clear. We kind of dispensed with this in 2020. I am not going to ban fracking. I did not as vice president. In fact, as vice president, I cast the tie-breaking vote that now has opened up more fracking leases. My value on the issue of what we need to do to invest in a clean energy economy and a clean energy future has not changed. But frankly, I now have the experience and perspective of having been vice president for almost 4 years. I've traveled the country. I know that we can invest in a clean energy economy and still not ban fracking and still work toward what we need to do to create more jobs and create U.S.-based jobs in a way that will be globally competitive. On the issue of law and order, as you mentioned, I think there's just a whole lot of misinformation, to be honest with you. I have personally prosecuted very serious crime. It's how I started my career. I spent most of my career as a prosecutor, not in Washington, D.C. And as my first priority had and remains as a first priority to me, the safety of the American people. So that has not changed. And sadly, I think that there's a bit of misinformation, if not more than a bit. But I'm glad that you raised the subject so that I can address it. But just if you don't mind, just let me just finish. Because I think the spirit of your question is really important, and I'm glad you raised it. Our country deserves to have a president of the United States who is not afraid of good ideas and does not stand on pride. If a perspective needs to be informed by different points of view to build consensus and to have a common sense approach, I'm never going to shy away from good ideas. And I'm not going to feel the need to have pride associate with a position that I've taken when the important thing is to build consensus to fix problems. I believe in fixing problems. I love fixing problems. And so I pledge to you to be a president who not only works for all Americans, but works on getting stuff done. And that means compromise. And it doesn't mean compromising your values or your principles, but it does mean working to get stuff done. And I pledge to you I will do that.
Just to be clear, though, what he's referring to, and you point out, too, when you were running for vice president in 2020, you were not talking about banning fracking, but...
No, Anderson, I pledged that I would not ban fracking.
Right, I know. You said you would not ban fracking.
Correct.
You know, you had said in the 2019 town hall, there's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. In 2017, you talked about Medicare for all. You talked about 2019, you raised a hand in debate about if border crossings should be decriminalized. Are all of those issues, which those are not your positions now, are all those issues that you're saying through consensus and getting stuff done you have evolved on?
Well, no, let's take, for example, the issue of Medicare. My point has always been that access to health care should not just be a privilege of those who can afford it. It should be a right for all people. So that is why I have worked on doing what we have done to, one, allow Medicare to negotiate against the big pharmaceutical companies to bring down the cost of prescription medication. We've achieved that in terms of capping the cost of insulin for seniors at $35 a month, capping the cost of annual prescriptions at $2,000 a year for seniors. But my plan moving forward, based on that very principle that I've always had, is as president, to have that cap be for everyone and not just for our seniors. The work that I have done that has been about recognizing the importance of dealing with border security, that has never changed. As I said, I have prosecuted transnational criminal organizations. That I did for years before I ever ran in 2019.
I mean, you did raise your hand saying in a debate when asked if border crossing should be decriminalized, but obviously that is not your position.
I never intended, nor will I ever allow America to have a border that is not secure. I believe we need to deal with illegal immigration. There needs to be consequences, which is why part of my plan that I have outlined, and again, please go to KamalaHarris.com. Sorry to throw a website on you, but why not? And you will see that part of my plan includes what we need to do to actually do more as it relates to putting resources in, including increasing penalties for illegal crossing.
And just finally on fracking, you said you're clear you would not ban it as president.
No, I would not ban it as president.
Right, I know you're clear on that. Do you think it is bad for the environment, though?
I think that we have proven that we can invest in a clean energy economy. We can mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. We can work on and sustaining what we need to do to protect this beautiful earth of ours and not ban fracking.
Time is short, so I want to get some more voters in. Tanisha Spall from Lansdowne, Pennsylvania. She works as an education administration manager for the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections. Registered Democrat who says she's leaning towards supporting you, has yet to make her final decision. Tanisha, welcome.
Thank you, Anderson. Thank you, Madam Vice President, for joining us this evening. I appreciate that you did acknowledge that we are a country that is faced with problems and issues. With the Supreme Court being plagued with issues, would you be in favor of expanding the court to, say, 12, so each justice has only one circuit court other than Chief Justice to assist in making judgments more balanced?
Well, to your point, there is no question that the American people increasingly are losing confidence in the Supreme Court. And in large part because of the behavior of certain members of that court and because of certain rulings, including the Dobbs decision and taking away a precedent that had been in place for 50 years, protecting a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. So I do believe that there should be some kind of reform of the court, and we can study what that actually looks like. But I do believe. But again, let's just, while you raise the point of the court, understand that, again, in 13 days, the American people will decide who is the next president of the United States. In 13 days, you will decide who is sitting in the Oval Office on January 20th. And on one hand, you have in Donald Trump someone who has increasingly proved himself to be unstable and who, as we have established and the people close to him have established, he is unfit to serve. Somebody who, on January 20th, you can be sure, will spend full time, like we know, and we've seen the image mentally of him sitting in the dining room off of the Oval Office, watching for hours as people violently attack the Capitol. You can be sure, because he has said he would weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political enemies, that you can look at a Donald Trump in the White House after January 20th, sitting in that Oval Office, plotting his revenge. He has talked about the enemies within. We haven't even raised that subject, Anderson. The enemies within. He's talking about the American people. He's talking about journalists, judges, nonpartisan election officials. He has talked about, as John Kelly has talked about, can he send the military after peaceful protesters? And he's going to sit there unstable, unhinged, plotting his revenge, plotting his retribution, creating an enemies list. I'm going to tell you, my list will be a list of how I address and continue to address the issues that you all are raising this afternoon and evening. It will be a to-do list about how we can impact the American people and lift up the American people and address some of the challenges that we continue to face. So.
Vice President Kamala Harris, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Anderson.
And thanks for watching. Thanks to all the voters here. Be sure to join CNN on November 5th for Election Night in America right here on CNN. Jake Tapper and Aaron Burnett pick it up right now.
Anderson, thank you. You've been watching CNN's Town Hall with Vice President Kamala Harris and undecided voters. Less than 2 weeks from the election. A lot of tough questions for the vice president there. It seems as though the voters were divided into three basic groups. Liberals who had not heard enough from her. Progressives worried that she was not progressive enough. And Republicans who are wary of Donald Trump and wanting to hear more from the vice president. She focused a lot more on Donald Trump, I think it's fair to say, than she did on many specifics in terms of what she would do as president. But she did go into some of her plans for small businesses and the like. Of course, with only 13 days to go, and Trump and Harris fighting over these last few undecided voters, and in fact trying to get undecided voters to even vote. We'll see whether or not she achieved what she needed to achieve this evening. Dana Bash, your thoughts?
Well, I'll just tell you what I'm hearing from people who I have been talking to, and that is that if her goal was to close the deal, they're not sure she did that. And, you know, some people have asked, is she being held to a different standard? Maybe, but that's maybe the world that she's living in. And on the question of who she is, people are understanding that a little bit more. But what she will do, the question about her legislative priorities, name one. There wasn't one. Some more of her personality and her sort of character questions about your weaknesses or what mistakes did you make? Not necessarily the answers there. Having said that, any time that she can be in front of an audience and interacting with voters is a win as far as her campaign goes. And they are very happy about that.
I thought her drawing the contrast with Trump, something that she has been really trying to do in the last several weeks that we've seen, where she's gone after him as unstable, unfit for the presidency, saying he doesn't belong behind the seal of the office anymore after he suggested terminating the Constitution. She had a new angle for that tonight, and that's because of John Kelly, his former chief of staff, coming out with his on-the-record comments yesterday, saying he met the definition of a fascist and that he's admired Hitler. That was something that she was within seconds of taking the stage. And that first question from Anderson, where she said that, yes, she agrees Trump is a fascist, where she took that moment and tried to really sharpen it and make news out of it from where, she's been talking about this for weeks, but tried to draw that contrast even further for a lot of people, including the people in this audience who are undecided and maybe have not heard those comments or aren't familiar with what John Kelly has been saying. I thought it was really interesting that she came out of the gate and that was one of the first things that she was talking about in the town hall.
Although, John, I do wonder, I think after 8 years of Donald Trump, people are aware of Donald Trump's persona, his proclivity for controversy, his potential to offend, and the like. And I wonder if you think maybe she did too much of what Caitlin's talking about.
I think that is a fascinating question, is how do you balance it, right? How much time do you have with any voter, whether it's in a TV ad or it's in a town hall? In that time that you have, they're watching you. What is your priority, right? This is how much time I have. What do I want to tell you? How do I want to use that time? Donald Trump is more popular than he's been. He's now, in this race, his political standing is higher in this race at this point than it was in 2016 or 2020. And so she does need to push Donald Trump down. Okay. That is a priority. She does need to try to disqualify Donald Trump. Try to remind people who voted for Trump in 2016 and Biden in 2020 who are thinking about going back to Trump because of their pre-COVID Trump economy nostalgia, or he's done the job before and I don't know her. She needs to remind them of that. Then you got to quickly make that pivot. And to Dana's point, I think she did some of it tonight. I was about to say she didn't do enough of it, and then I thought she closed very strongly with the values part. She did the we the American people. But that's what voters ask you, who is she, right? The faith part was interesting. People at home might agree or disagree with it, but she talked about herself, what animates her, that she prays, sometimes twice a day with a little smile. That's not an issue for voters. That's not taxes. That's not abortion. That's not spending. That's not national security. But it's who is your president when hard things happen. And people just don't know it. That may not be fair to her. She got the nomination in July. She's a vice president. People don't know a lot about their vice president. Some of this has nothing to do with her. It's with her job and who she is. At the end, the value part, we get things done, pragmatic. Why does it have to be so partisan? There was some of it there. Where I think she fails sometimes is to connect it more to her policies. Right. This may be my fault. I've done 10 of these. So I'm always living prior campaigns and everything, 10 elections. Bill Clinton ran on the same economic agenda she is. I'm going to raise taxes on the rich, and I'm going to cut taxes on the middle class. Democratic consultants at the time told him, don't do it. Don't raise taxes. Don't say you're going to raise taxes. They're going to say you're Walter Mondale. They're going to say you're Michael Dukakis. They're going to push you left. He had a brand where he could look people in the eye and say, I'm on your side. I'm fighting for the middle class. Right. Putting people first. That's the connection she has to make to that you can trust me.
Which is why she talks about her middle class upbringing
to do this. It's the personal part is sometimes missing. And again, it may be unfair to her, to your point about a different standard, because as she has not taken the time as vice president, or they did not let her take the time as vice president, to more develop her brand so that in crunch time you know who she is.
Yeah. Look, I think it was a mixed night, okay? I think she was very strong coming out of the gate, and she obviously came with a purpose, which they want to shine a focus on, this latest chapter with the Hitler story of John Kelly, but generally anti-democratic behavior and the threat that represents. And she obviously was well prepared for that. She was very strong on, as she has been, on abortion rights because she feels passionately about it. She could be clinical on some of these economic issues. She was great on the long-term care for the elderly, to help people in the sandwich
industry. The anecdote about helping her mother put on her swetter and her final days.
The things that would concern me, and then she did one thing at the end that I thought was really important. The things that would concern me is when she doesn't want to answer a question, her habit is to kind of go to word salad city, and she did that on a couple of answers. One was on Israel. Anderson asked a direct question, would you be stronger on Israel than Trump? And there was a 7-minute answer, but none of it related to the question he was asking. And so, you know, on certain questions like that, on immigration, I thought she missed an opportunity because she would acknowledge no concerns about any of the administration's policies. And that's a mistake. Sometimes you have to concede things. And she didn't concede frame. If they want to go down this road, this is a great frame. She said, he'll have an enemies list, I'll have a to-do list. And the to-do list do a lot of that. She didn't ask them questions. She didn't address them particularly. So she was giving set pieces too much. But she said something at the end that I thought should be actually a frame. If they want to go down this road, this is a great frame. She said, he'll have an enemies list, I'll have a to-do list, and the to-do list is going to be the concerns you mentioned tonight. I think that is a fundamental argument here. What are their respective motivations, and who's going to actually work on the stuff that is going to impact positively on your life?
Right, you mentioned the question back and forth with Anderson about Israel, and that was actually structurally in the way that this town hall was conducted. She talked about Gaza and then was talking about Israel and anti-Semitism back to back, which I know stood out to you.
Yes, I think that she is running into an incredible challenge this cycle of you don't want to alienate Jewish voters who are heartbroken after October 7th. They want the hostages released. They want a ceasefire deal. And then the Gaza protesters who are critical in Michigan, where you've got a huge Arab population. And I worry that the fear to answer either side of the question makes her alienate both communities. I thought that was one of the weaker moments. There's a direct way to answer the issues with anti-Semitism. And by the way, point them to a history of anti-Semitic actions by the former president, dining with an avowed neo-Nazi, Nick Fuentes, Charlottesville, his language after that. I think those could have been a stronger moment. She's clearly very nervous.
She didn't bring any of those things up.
Yeah, those are key constituencies. But what I thought she did extraordinarily well is they clearly have data that this John Kelly story, the unfitness, the danger of Donald Trump is breaking through to people, because it was almost like, what was the score of the baseball game? And it was like, well, John Kelly and generals warned this. Yep. I think that they know that that works with a swath of voters that are still gettable now, because that came up in pretty much every other answer.
She kept going
tonight.
back to it.
And I do think it's powerful. And I would add personal stories. She shows a humanity that Donald Trump just doesn't have the same ability to convey. He certainly didn't take care of an ailing parent. He hasn't talked about that. He hasn't talked about his faith in great detail. He hasn't cited scripture or prayed. Those are her moments where I think you see a little more of her, and the public needs that.
Yeah, look, there were flashes. No, there were.
Well, it's generous.
You'll get your turn, brother. But there were flashes of the Kamala that I know, who is really a true public servant. She really does work for real people. And in the back of her mind, she is trying to figure out, how do I solve the problem? She sometimes skips, even in person, she'll sometimes skip the human part and get to the problem-solving part. But there were flashes of it. And I think the question, if you're at home trying to figure this out, you can ask, well, could she have done this? Could she have done this better? Your job isn't to do town halls. Your job is to fight for people. Does she seem like somebody who is going to take seriously the problems of ordinary people and try to get an answer? And I think she passed that test. I think that the word salad stuff gets on my nerves. I think that some of the evasions are not necessary. But when she's talking about trying to get you a house, I believe her. When she starts, like, I'm trying to get you to help for your mama who's sick, I believe her. Yeah. When she's talking about, I'm going to do what I can to bring prices down, I may not agree with those tools, but I believe she's going to try to apply them. And so I believe that this is somebody who actually cares about people. And I think that she passed that test tonight. So on how she did it and some of that stuff got on my nerves. But I believe that she is going to fight for the American people.
But you described it as flashes. But then your follow-up seemed like a much more of a brighter endorsement.
But I'm saying that there were flashes of the person, I didn't get a chance to say it because I got interrupted. There were flashes of the person that I know. The flashes of the person that I know that I've seen as a district attorney at the grassroots level in San Francisco, fighting for regular people, giving young people an opportunity. So one of those young people, by the way, is going to Congress. I know this woman, and there were flashes of that. And then some other stuff, it got lost in the sauce.
I think Republicans would take another hour of Kamala Harris We'd just press play, let her keep going. We'd pay for another hour to let her keep not answering the questions. I think Anderson's asking her, well, why haven't you done it? You've been there for 4 years. Why have you done any of this? And the word salad answer she gave to that was just mind-boggling. I mean, it's blown up the internet, her answer to that question. I think the things that are troubling for people were her responses to, Vance said about what's she going to do to reduce costs when they asked her at the beginning. We're hurt economically. She said, I'm going to prosecute corporations, right? That's not going to lower costs. How are you going to make things better for me? I'm going to prosecute people. Trump bad is not a message that's going to get her elected. Trump bad message. I disagree with you, Alyssa. There, I don't think it's going to happen.
You're referring to the she kept bringing up the Hitler and Atlantic
you have to bring something else. Say, was she for a wall or was she against a wall? I couldn't tell from her answer, right? Anderson kept asking her, well, listen, you laughed at the wall, but now it's in your plan. Are you for it or against it? There was so much mishmash in there. I don't know what was going on. I think it's very generous to say that she showed up, right? I think the key, if she loses here in this race, people are going to look back and her team is going to say, we should have been doing this from the very get-go because reps make you better, right? And the more you do this, the better you get. She's still not at it. We're 13 days out from an election, and everyone's hoping she's going to get better. The Wall Street Journal just came out with a poll while this was going on. She's losing altitude rapidly. Rapidly.
I can now wait for the OG to get back in there and set all this right.
Considering you have been in the position of vice president for the past 4 years under the Biden administration, how can we expect you to deviate from the direction of that administration compared to your own? How can we differentiate your policy and your beliefs from that of Biden's?
That's a great question, and thank you. Well, first of all, my administration will not be a continuation of the Biden administration. I bring to this role my own ideas and my own experience. I represent a new generation of leadership on a number of issues and believe that we have to actually take new approaches. For example, what we talked about in terms of housing. My experience that leads to that priority includes what I did to take on the big banks around the foreclosure crisis when I brought billions of dollars to homeowners that were the subject of predatory lending. I know what homeownership means to the American people, not to mention what it meant to my mother, who worked very hard and saved up so that by the time I was a teenager, she was able to buy our first home. I bring to it my experience actually taking care of my mother when she was sick, and it was, as it turned out, dying from cancer. And so I know what it means and have the experience of taking care of an elderly relative, and I have raised children. And so I bring to my priorities and will, as president, a new approach and a new idea, frankly, about what we need to do to deal with the sandwich generation, which is what we call those folks who are literally in the middle, who are raising their young children and taking care of their parents, which is why my plan to be able to get support to hire somebody to help you cook for your parent or help them put on a sweater. I've done that. I know what that requires. You shouldn't have to quit your job in order to do the work that is necessary to take care of your children and your parent, because it's overwhelming to try to do it all. And so my plan is to have and allow Medicare to cover the cost of home health care for our seniors. These are a couple of examples, including what we talked about in terms of price gouging and what we need to do in addition. And it's a new approach that I think is well overdue. Let's invest in the small businesses of America. The woman who helped raise us was a small business owner. I know who small business owners are. I know what they do. They are the backbone of America's economy. And for too long, we've overlooked their value to the economy as a whole, much less to the economy of neighborhoods and communities. So that's why my plan, and it's a new approach, is about tax cuts for our small businesses so that they can invest in themselves and grow, and in the process, invest in communities, invest in neighborhoods, and strengthen our economy overall. So those are some examples. It's about a new approach, a new generation of leadership based on new ideas and, frankly, different experiences. I bring a whole set of different experiences to this job and the way I think about it than Joe Biden.
Some voters, though, might ask, you've been in the White House for 4 years, you were vice president, not the president, but why wasn't any of that done the last 4 years?
Well, there was a lot that was done, but there's more to do, Anderson. And I'm pointing out things that need to be done, that haven't been done, but need to be done. And I'm not going to shy away from saying, hey, these are still problems that we need to fix.
I want you to meet Jackson Weiss. He's a student at Drexel University from Flourtown, Pennsylvania, registered Republican, says he's leaning toward voting for you, but has yet to make a final decision. Jackson.
Thank you, Anderson.
Hey, Jackson.
Thank you for taking the time to be here, too, Vice President
You too.
Harris.
Thank you.
Regarding the rapid increase in the migrant population, how will you ensure that every immigrant is integrated into American society safely? What benefits and subsidies will you provide them with, and how long will these benefits and subsidies last for an individual? Most importantly, will the American citizens' taxes pay for these benefits and subsidies? And if so, how much money will be allocated?
Well, thank you, Jackson. Let's start with this. America's immigration system is broken and it needs to be fixed. And it's been broken for a long time. And part of what we need to do is always prioritize what we need to do to strengthen our border. I will tell you, I'm the only person in this race among the two choices that voters have. I've personally prosecuted transnational criminal organizations in the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. I have spent a significant part of my career making sure that our border is secure and that we do not allow criminals in and we don't allow that kind of trafficking to happen and come into our country. And as my opponent has proven himself, he would prefer to run on the problem instead of fix the problem. You may know there were some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress working with others that came up with a border security bill that would have put 1,500 more border agents at the border. Those border agents are overwhelmed. They need the support. They need the backup. It would have allowed us to have more resources to stem the flow of fentanyl. I don't need to tell this state and people around the country what is happening in terms of the scourge of fentanyl and how it is literally killing Americans. It would have put resources into stemming the flow. It would have given more resources to prosecute, to investigate and prosecute transnational criminal organizations. It would have done a lot of good. Donald Trump got wind of the bill and told them, don't put it forward. He killed the bill because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. We have to have a secure border, and we have to have a comprehensive pathway for citizenship. And that includes requiring people, hardworking people, to earn citizenship and do it in a comprehensive, humane, and orderly manner.
Let me ask you about that. I mean, you talk about the bill that Donald Trump quashed. That was in 2024. You talk about the bill he tried to get passed in 2021. That wasn't able to get passed. 2022, 2023, there were record border crossings. Your administration took hundreds of executive actions. It didn't stem the flow. Numbers kept going up. Finally, in 2024, just in June, 3 weeks before the first presidential debate with Joe Biden, you institute executive actions that had a dramatic impact, really shut down people crossing over. Why didn't your administration do that in 2022, 2023?
First of all, you're exactly right, Anderson. And as of today, we have cut the flow of immigration by over half. In fact, the numbers I saw most recently, illegal immigration
But if
is
it was
low.
that easy with that
finish.
executive action, why not do it in 2022, 2023?
Because we were working with Congress and hoping that actually we could have a long-term fix to the problem instead of a short-term fix.
You couldn't have done one and both at the same time?
Well, here's the thing. We have to understand that ultimately this problem is going to be fixed through congressional action. Congress has the authority and the purse. I hate to use D.C. terms, but literally they write the checks. Part of the issue is in order to really fix the problem at the border. I was just at the border recently talking with border agents. You know what they talk about? Yes, they are overwhelmed. They're working around the clock. And the other thing that they talk to me about, we need more judges down there to deal with asylum claims. We need more personnel down there to deal with processing. But Anderson, and that's where Congress kicks in terms of dedicating the resources to actually fixing the problem. We have dealt with it such that, to your point, we now, as of today, as of our visit, have lower undocumented immigrants and illegal immigration than Trump when he left office.
That's true.
But we need a permanent solution,
Do you
and that
wish you had
requires
done that?
bipartisan work.
Do you wish you'd done those executive orders in 2022, 2023?
I think we did the right thing, but the best thing that can happen for the American people is that we have bipartisan work happening, and I pledge to you that I will work across the aisle to fix this long-standing problem. I think the American people are demanding it on both sides of the aisle, and it's time we actually put the partisan approach to this aside. We know what can work.
Well, let's talk about this compromise bill that you want to pass if you're elected. You said that's going to be a priority. It includes $650 million in funding for the border wall. That's something Republicans wanted. That was part of the compromise. Under Donald Trump, you criticized the wall more than 50 times. You called it stupid, useless, and a medieval vanity project. Is a border wall stupid?
Well, let's talk about Donald Trump and that border wall. So remember, Donald Trump said Mexico would pay for it? Come on, they didn't. How much of that wall did he build? I think the last number I saw is about 2%. And then when it came time for him to do a photo op, you know where he did it? In the part of the wall that President Obama built.
But you're agreeing to a bill that would earmark $650 million to continue building that wall.
I pledge that I am going to bring forward that bipartisan bill to further strengthen and secure our border. Yes, I am. And I'm going to work across the aisle to pass a comprehensive bill that deals with a broken immigration system. I think Jackson's question, part of it was to acknowledge that America has always had migration, but there needs to be a legal process for it. People have to earn it. And that's the point that I think is the most important point that can be made, which is we need a president who is grounded in common sense and practical outcomes. Like, let's just fix this thing. Let's just fix it. Why is there any ideological perspective on this? Let's just fix the problem.
To fix the problem, you're doing this compromise bill. It does call for $650 million that was earmarked under Trump to actually still go to build the wall.
I am not afraid of good ideas where they occur.
So you don't think it's stupid anymore?
I think what he did and how he did it did not make much sense because he actually didn't do much of anything. I just talked about that wall, right? We just talked about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently listening to the Vice President of the United States, who is applying for a higher office, the presidency of the United States. What do you think so far? You've been listening to her. What do you think so far? So if you are voting for her, is she impressing you even further? And if you're on the fence, is she convincing you to get off the fence and say, yo, I am casting my vote for her? And if you weren't going to vote for her, are you now saying, you know what? I think she's saying the things that I want to hear. Is that where you are? Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat. She ain't convincing me, though.
Let me introduce you to Eric Swenson. He runs a service desk for an IT company in Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. He's registered as a libertarian, describes himself as an independent. He says he's undecided. Eric?
Thank you, Anderson. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you, Eric.
So my question is concerning groceries. Grocery prices have gone up quite a bit in the last 4 years. And some people blame former President Trump. Some people blame President Biden. Who would you say is correct? And what would you do to bring prices down for Americans?
Thank you, Eric. And you're absolutely right. You know it. I know it. I think most Americans know it. Price of groceries is still too high. And we need to address it in a number of ways. One of my aspects of doing what we need to do to bring down the cost of living for working people and the middle class in America is to address the issue of grocery prices. Part of my background and how I come to it is probably a new approach grounded in a lot of my experiences as a former attorney general, where I took on price gouging. And part of my plan is to create a new approach that is the first time that we will have a national ban on price gouging, which is companies taking advantage of the desperation and need of the American consumer and jacking up prices without any consequence or accountability. So that is one way. But to your point, Eric, there are a number of issues that we need to address in terms of bringing down the cost of living. It includes what we need is a new approach that I bring to the issue of affordable housing, including, for example, rent. And again, I bring to it my experience, knowing what has been happening in terms of how corporations have been buying up blocks of property to diminish competition, and then rents get jacked up, and addressing that, both in terms of making sure that there is a consequence and accountability for that, but also investing in people's dreams of home ownership, knowing that for too long, frankly, both administrations in both parties, Democrats and Republicans, haven't done enough to deal with the issue of housing. And we need a new approach that includes working with the private sector. I say that as a devout public servant, working with the private sector to cut through the red tape, working with home builders, working with developers to create tax incentives so that we can create more housing supply and bring down the price.
Let me just ask you about price gouging. I looked at your plan.
I'm not even gonna lie. I really feel for her because it's like, you know, it hurts to just watch it. Like she really wants to do better, but it's like you're trying, but you can't. Sort of, you know. You know, I respect her. That's all I'm gonna say. I respect her. It's just it's not working. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You talk about going after price gougers, and I'm quoting from the plan, on essential goods during emergencies or times of crisis. I get that. How does that help, though, someone like Eric with prices that for years the grocery prices just been high?
Well, first of all, Anderson, as you know, and obviously CNN has been covering extensively what has been happening in the state of Georgia, North Carolina, Florida. It's a real issue. I was Attorney General of California. I was the top law enforcement officer of the biggest state in the country. I took this issue on because it affects a lot of people. And I'm not going to apologize for the fact that we need to actually deal with accountability when these, not all, in fact, most don't, but when companies are taking advantage of the desperation and the need of the American people. We saw it actually during the pandemic as well, where because of supply chain issues, there was a reduction of supply, and then they would inflate the price of everyday necessities. Not to mention, by the way, again, Donald Trump should be here tonight to talk with you and answer your questions. He's not. He refused to come. But understand that part of his plan is to put in place a national sales tax of at least 20% on everyday goods and necessities. And that, by economist estimates, independent economists, would cost you as the American consumer and taxpayer an additional $4,000 a year.
I want you to meet Carol Nakanoff, a political science professor at Swarthmore College. She's a registered Democrat who says she's leaning toward voting for you, has yet to make her final decision. Carol?
Hi, Carol. Thank
Good
you.
evening. Thank
Good
you
evening.
for visiting us in Delaware County, Vice President Harris. My question is this. If you could accomplish only one major policy goal that required congressional action, what would it be and why?
Well, there's not just one. I have to be honest with you, Carol. There's a lot of work that needs to happen, but I think that maybe part of this point that how I think about it is we've got to get past this era of politics and partisan politics, slowing down what we need to do in terms of progress in our country. And that means working across the aisle. I've done that before. We did it around whether it be what we were able to accomplish with the bipartisan infrastructure deal or some of the work that we have done in terms of dealing with gun safety. But we've got to work across the aisle. And it is my commitment to work with Democrats, with Republicans, with independents, to deal with a number of issues, whether it be what we need to do in terms of housing and creating legislation that creates incentives for that, what we need to do to reinstate the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do, whether it be what we need to do to actually invest in a substantial way in the industries of the future, in American-based manufacturing, in American-based industries where American workers and union workers have those jobs. in a way that is good paying jobs, that gives people the dignity they deserve. All of those areas I plan on working across the aisle and with Congress, including the issue of immigration, which we've got to fix.
Let me ask you, you've talked about codifying Roe v. Wade. That would obviously require 60 votes in the Senate, a majority of the House. That's a big leap. We don't have that yet. If that's not possible to codify it in the House, what do you do?
I think we need to take a look at the filibuster, to be honest with you. But the reality of it is this. Let's talk about how we got here. When Donald Trump was president, he hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did as he intended. And now in 20 states, we have Trump abortion bans that include punishing healthcare providers, doctors and nurses. In Texas, do you know they provide for prison for life? For a healthcare provider for doing the job that they believe is in the best interest of their patient? Laws, Trump abortion bans, some that make no exception even for rape or incest. One of the areas I specialized in as a prosecutor was crimes against women and children. The idea you would tell a survivor of a violation to their body that they have no right to make a decision about what happens to their body next? This is what's happening in our country. You all may have heard the stories. Women have died. Women have died because of these laws. And the suffering, I have to say, Anderson, traveling, for example, I was with Liz Cheney this week. She is unapologetically pro-life and will also tell you that she doesn't agree with what's been happening. I find that many people I've met who are pro-life have said to me, you know, I didn't intend that this would happen. I didn't intend that women who are suffering a miscarriage would develop sepsis, as has happened many times. I didn't intend that women would die. I didn't intend that there would now be restrictions on access to in vitro fertilization. I didn't intend that there would be an effort to limit access to contraception. So, you know, this is probably one of the most fundamental freedoms that we as Americans could imagine, which is the freedom to literally make decisions about your own body. And on some issues, I think we've got to agree that partisanship should be put aside. And I'll close with this point. I know it is possible because when you look at the midterms, in so-called red states and so-called blue states, when this issue of freedom was on the ballot, the American people voted for freedom.
Shout out to the VP, man. I think this is the last one we're going to play from this town hall, and then we're going to get a reaction from the other guys. Let's get it.
One of the first phone calls you made after President Biden announced that he was dropping out was to your pastor. And I'm wondering, if it wasn't a confessional, if you could say what that conversation was like.
Well, my pastor, Reverend Dr. Amos C. Brown of Third Baptist Church, it was an extraordinary day that Sunday when the president called me, and I instinctively understood the gravity of the moment, the seriousness of the moment. I didn't predict or know exactly how that day would play out, and obviously now it's been 3 months since I've been at the top of the ticket, actually 3 months as of yesterday. But I just called him. I needed that spiritual kind of connection. I needed that advice. I needed a prayer. And there's a part of the scripture that talks about Esther and a time such as this, and that's what we talked about. And it was very comforting for me. And
do you pray every day?
I do pray every day. I do pray every day, sometimes twice a day. I grew up, so we grew up a little neighborhood church in Oakland, 23rd Avenue Church of God. And I was raised to believe in a loving God, to believe that your faith is a verb, you know? You live your faith. And and that the way that one should do that is that your work and your life's work should be to think about how you can serve in a way that is uplifting other people, that is about caring for other people. And that guides a lot of how I think about my work and what is important.
Let's go to the voters. I want you to meet Joe Donahue from Bucks County, Pennsylvania. He works in customer service for a local retailer. He serves as a local election official. He's a registered Republican who says he's undecided, doesn't agree with your stance on abortion, but he is concerned about what he calls Trump's demeanor and actions on January 6th. Joe?
Thank you, Madam Vice President, and thank you, Anderson. Madam Vice President, everybody as human beings, we're not perfect. We have our flaws. We make mistakes. We have our weaknesses. And the office of the presidency can sometimes bring those weaknesses out in ways that the incumbent may not expect. What weaknesses do you bring to the table, and how do you plan to overcome them while you're in office?
That's a great question, Joe. Well, I am certainly not perfect, so let's start there. And I think that perhaps a weakness, some would say, but I actually think it's a strength, is I really do value having a team of very smart people around me who bring to my decision-making process different perspectives. My team will tell you, I am constantly saying, let's kick the tire on that. Let's kick the tires on it. Because, listen, as I mentioned earlier, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a courtroom prosecutor. I've tried everything from low-level offenses to homicides. And I learned at a very early stage of my career and adult life that my actions have a direct impact on real people in a very fundamental way. When I was Attorney General of California, I was Attorney General of what is the 5th largest economy in the world, and acutely aware that my words could move markets. So I take my role and responsibility as an elected leader very seriously, and I know the impact it has on so many people I may never meet. And that is why I engage and bring folks around. So I may not be quick to have the answer as soon as you ask it about a specific policy issue sometimes, because I'm going to want to research it. I'm going to want to study it. I'm kind of a nerd sometimes, I confess. And some might call that a weakness, especially if you're, in an interview or just kind of, being asked a certain question and you're expected to have the right answer right away. But that's how I work.
I don't think I've ever heard the former president admit a mistake. A lot of politicians don't. Is there something you can point to in your life, political life, or in your life in the last 4 years that you think is a mistake that you have learned from?
I mean, I've made many mistakes, and they range from, if you've ever parented a child, you make lots of mistakes too. In my role as vice president, I mean, I've probably worked very hard at making sure that I am well versed on issues, and I think that is very important. It's a mistake not to be well versed on an issue and feel compelled to answer a question.
I want you to meet Pam Thistle. She's from Winmore, Pennsylvania. She's a realtor. She's a widow. Her husband, Mike, died just a year ago. She has two daughters in college. She registered with no party affiliation and says she's undecided. She has concerns about how you would handle the economy. Pam?
Thank you. And thank you, Anderson. And happy belated birthday, too.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for your loss.
Oh, thank you. Yes. And I'm really appreciative for you to be here and get to know you. When you talk about rich people paying their fair share, can you be more specific? Income taxes are already on a graduated scale, where the more you make, the higher percentage you pay in taxes. So the rich are paying a disproportionate amount in taxes as it is. Over 40% of Americans don't pay any income taxes. Also, the really high earners may move their money offshore if there are disincentives in the U.S. This could impact the economy. I would like to hear more nuts and bolts about your economic plans.
Sure. Thank you, Pam. So first of all, it is the case in the United States of America that billionaires on average, pay less taxes as a percentage
Yeah.
than teachers and firefighters and
Yeah.
nurses.
I'm talking
And
about
that
hard workers like pound the street, have some success.
Yes, no, I understand,
Yes.
but I want to just let's
Not
set
the really high.
Let's set the scene, right?
Yeah.
So when I say that the richest among us need to pay their fair share,
Okay.
I am referencing that, and I need to reference that because sadly, Donald Trump, when he was president, gave tax cuts to the richest, to billionaires and big corporations, which added trillions of dollars to our deficit. So that sadly needs to be said in a way that should be obvious to your point, but is not given what he did. Now, in terms of what we need to do to bring down taxes, I have pledged and have a plan for a middle-class tax cut that would affect 100 million Americans, including, for example, what we will do around small businesses. In terms of tax deductions, in terms of what small businesses are now being mired in terms of a bureaucracy around they have to fill out and do their taxes in a way that actually holds them back. Part of my plan includes extending a middle-class tax cut that would include a $6,000 tax cut, essentially a child tax credit for parents and young parents in particular, knowing that the vast majority of our parents have a natural desire to parent their children well, but not always the resources. So this is going to include an extra amount of just money that people can use to pay for childcare, which is far too expensive for too many working families. And part of the issue here is this. We cannot, and I will not, raise taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year. But we do need to take seriously the system that benefits the richest and does not help out working middle-class Americans. I come from the middle class, and I believe that the middle class needs tax breaks to be able to actually not just get by, but get ahead.
So you're saying, well, what you're saying is anyone under 400,000 won't have taxes raised. Or are you saying that anyone above 400,000 will have a tax raise?
I'm saying that there is going to be a parity around what the richest people pay in terms of their taxes. Right now, Anderson, you know, the document, it is well documented that some of the richest people in our country have gotten away with a zero tax rate.
But if you're earning $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 under your plan, there's a good chance your taxes go up.
We can't have this conversation without knowing it's a very complicated situation, right? If you're talking about a small business owner, I'm going to cut taxes for small businesses, right? Because I know that they need the overhead, the money that they need for overhead to actually benefit the growth of their business, which benefits our economy as a whole.
Let's go to, actually, I want to reference something that about Pam. Pam, we mentioned her husband Steve died a year ago. You've talked about your mom, Shamala Harris, who died 15 years ago. What has grief been like for you? Do you still grieve?
Yeah, you don't stop grieving. You don't stop grieving. I mean, I think that there are like two sides to a coin when you have lost somebody you love. Or that two sides to a coin, that phrase becomes evident, which is if you have had the blessing of a close and important relationship with someone, then when you have that, the other side of the coin is that when you lose them, the grief becomes even deeper. But I also believe that, for example, anyone who has lost a family member through cancer or an illness, my mother died from cancer, it is important to try and remember them as they lived and not as they died, because the grief can really weigh you down. I think the brain has a way of, when you're grieving, really spiraling down, and it's important, I think, to try and remember those you have lost in a way they'd want to be remembered.
One thing I gotta say is, I think she is actually capable of being articulate when it comes to articulating her points, if that's the right way to put it. It's just, I feel like she has, what I don't feel like, it's just listening to her. It's just like she has been bamboozled by so many uh campaign handlers or team members like, okay, this is what the people want to hear. This is how you should say it. Don't say it that way. I guess. Because it's like, there's no way you would do this every question that you get. Even the last question, which I would think like that would be the easiest question, You know what I mean? Like that's personal. That's a personal thing when you ask somebody that kind of question about their parents that they lost. That's a personal thing. So it's like that should be like, straight to the point, easy, but it's like because she's been bamboozled, the pressure, this is what, this is how you should do it. So I don't know. And that's why this is why people are gravitating towards Trump because he's just himself. I don't think she's herself. I don't think she's herself at all. Trump is himself. He talks, he says, I don't know what you think. I'm not going to do. You know what I mean? Like he's just fluid. There's no textbook. It's fluid, and that's why people are gravitating towards him. It's not trying to make you like him. Oh, this is what I need to say for you to like me. Who cares if you like me, bro? You better know you were better off 4 years ago.
Well, thank you very much, and hello, Duluth. Hello, Duluth. And a very special hello to Georgia. And I'm hearing our numbers are very, very good. There's a rumor out there. We're doing well. Thank you very much. And I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, which is what you are. And I'd like to begin by asking a very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? I was very unanimous, wasn't it? The answer is no. By any standard, the answer is no. And I'm here today with a message of hope for all Americans. With your vote in this election, I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals into our country. And I will bring back the American dream. I'm going to bring it back very quickly. Our country is being destroyed and crippled by Kamala Harris, a person that got no votes. Therefore, she's a threat to democracy. But together, we're going to fix our nation, and we're going to fix our nation fast. With your support on November 5th, America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. This election is a choice between whether we will have 4 more years of incompetence, failure, and disaster, or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. After all the catastrophes she has caused, Kamala Harris can't say one thing that you'd do differently. You saw that? What would you do differently? I can't think of anything. This is the worst president in the history of our country and the worst vice president in the history of our country. And wrong track just came out. 89% wrong track. I want to know, who are the 11%? Who are they? Where are they? I'm asking you to be excited about the future of our country again. This will be America's new golden age. And remember, every problem facing us can be solved, but now the fate of our nation is in your hands. In Georgia, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala Harris that, Kamala, you've done a horrible job. You're the worst ever. There's never been anybody like you. You can't put two sentences together. The world is laughing at us because of you and Crooked Joe. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. Get out. You're fired. Two days ago, I was in western North Carolina where I witnessed the terrible devastation of Hurricane Helene. And I was here in Georgia with your governor a few weeks ago. He's doing a good job, by the way. Very good job. Thank you. To every family who has lost a loved one or a home in that terrible storm, our hearts are with you and we are praying for you. The polls, despite everything, the polls, do you see what's happening here? Here, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia. The polls are through the roof, but what's better than that, the early voting is, people have never seen anything like it. They've never seen anything like it because the American people are fed up with the people that are leading us down a road to disaster. So the polls are open for early voting in Georgia every day from now till November 1st. You got to get out there and vote, but most importantly, just vote. Whichever way you want to do it. I've been one that says, whichever way, just get out and vote. Be a little careful. Make sure your vote gets counted. There are ways of doing that, too. With your help, 13 days from now, we're going to win Georgia. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we are going to make America great again. Thank you. What a nice crowd this is. What a nice crowd. If Kamala gets 4 more years, she will obliterate our economy, kill millions of jobs, and destroy your family finances forever. They're destroying our country. They're destroying our country. It's not even possible that they can be doing what they're doing to our country. They're either really bad people, they don't have a clue, maybe they're stupid people. But you know what? I'll tell you. Or maybe they just want to get extra voters. Nobody really knows the answer, but just from a common sense, we are the party of common sense, and from a common sense standpoint, how can they be doing what they're doing? Kamala's inflation nightmare has already cost the typical family over $30,000 in higher prices, and now she wants to raise typical family taxes by nearly $3,000 a year. She has no idea. Did you see her today? She was asked kindergarten-type questions by MSDNC. She was unable to answer them. But the best is 60 Minutes. They changed her answer. Should I sue them? Should I sue? Should we sue 60 Minutes and CBS? No, think of it. They asked her a question on 60 Minutes, which is news. These companies have to get licensed, and in the licensing it says they have to be honest. They gave her a question. She gave an answer that was from a loony bin. They said, we can't have that. They took the answer out in its entirety, threw it away, and they put another answer in. And I think it's the biggest scandal in broadcasting history. That's what I think. It's election interference fraud. The tax queen, because that's what she was called. She loves taxes. This is the only person I've ever seen. She campaigns on we will raise your taxes. All my life I've watched politics and everybody says, we will cut your taxes, cut you. She says she's going to raise your taxes. The tax queen is also demanding a shocking 33% tax hike on all domestic production, along with the largest capital gains tax on unrealized gains. Unrealized. In the history of our country, it's really a confiscation of your property. It will crash the stock market and decimate your 401ks, but we'll have a 1929 type depression. This woman is crazy. Take a look at this.
If Kamala Harris was elected president, there are many different tax policies which could cripple the economy. But the first thing she wants to do is allow these Trump tax cuts to expire.
Even the New York Times admits that 85% of the middle class got a tax cut.
Americans will face a hike. The Tax Foundation finding that a couple with 2 kids making $165,000 a year would have to pay over $2,400 more in taxes.
And on day one, I will repeal that tax bill. Joe Biden and I are about to work to get rid of that tax cut. Joe and I are about to get rid of that tax bill. Joe Biden and I are about to get rid of that tax cut.
Everything from a 70 to 80% tax rate.
I think that's fantastic. We've got to increase the corporate tax rate. Part of that is going to be about repealing that tax bill that they just passed. And also looking at estate taxes are going to have to go up. We will tax capital gains, but we're going to have to raise corporate taxes.
Taxing unrealized gains just doesn't seem fair in any sense of the word.
When the value of your home goes up, you pay higher taxes even if you don't sell your home.
Your value of your home never moves the way the stock moves to say, we're going to tax what you don't have. That's a sore point, and it's a big deal. Is that something you think she firmly believes in?
I think it's part of the proposals of the campaign.
Under my plan, there will also be a carbon fee. There has to be some connection between the fee and bad behaviors, and there has to be, and that we have to monitor whether it's going to be passed on to consumers. But I'm going to tell you that should never be the reason not to actually put a fee, and in particular, a carbon fee.
Kamala Harris is also pushing the largest small business tax hike in history. Your businesses are just going to go to other countries. That's all that's going to happen. We brought it down to the lowest level we've ever had, and they're going to just drive everybody out. That means the jobs are going to be included. And she wants to massively increase the death tax, or the inheritance tax, as it's known in some quarters, which we eliminated in the Trump tax cuts. You know, we eliminated the inheritance tax on small businesses and family farms. And such a big thing. You know, a farmer has a little beautiful farm. The kids grow up in the farm. They're getting a little older. They sign their will. If they love their kids, not everybody does. But if they love their kids, listen to this. But if they don't worry. Just go to sleep for about 30 seconds. So what happens is they leave it, and what happened before me is they would lose their farms because the tax would be very substantial, like 52%, and they couldn't pay, so they go to the bank, the friendly banker, they'd borrow the money, they'd put it against the farm. Within 2 years, the farm was gone, and everybody was crying, and it was a disaster. I got rid of it. There's no more estate tax. There's no more estate tax on your beautiful family farm, and there's or small business, and that's a big deal, and they want to end that. They don't want that. They don't like that. They want you to pay a nice big tax and destroy your lives. We're joined tonight by Michael Bellerman, president of the Associated Builders and Contractors, represent over 23,000 small businesses and construction companies. And as a builder, I am very honored to receive their endorsement. They gave me a unanimous endorsement today. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a great honor. And we were also endorsed by, unanimously, the Border Patrol, unanimously. And I say modestly, they said he's the greatest president we've ever had and the strongest on the border. They said it's not possible to be stronger. We had it down to the lowest level in history. Oh, by the way, should we drop my favorite chart in the entire world? I love it. Drop that chart, please. Drop it. Let's see, we're going to... Oh, there it is. I was looking at me. I started looking at me, and I'm looking. I do not like to wear... I don't like my hair tonight. I started looking at me, but I'd rather look at the chart. The chart... I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that chart, right? Wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here. But if you notice the arrow on the bottom, I take it to bed every night and I kiss it. Roll it up and just kiss it. See the arrow on the bottom? That is the day I left office. Look what happened after that. What they've done to our country is unbelievable. And that includes human trafficking, which is mostly in women. Do you know they lost 325,000 children in the last 3.5 years? Think of that. That's your biggest stadium, filled up many, many times. 325,000. They're either dead, they're sex slaves, or they're slaves, but they're missing. Probably most of them never to be seen again. This is under their open border, horrible, horrible policy. And nobody talks about it. The fake news, look at all of them back there. Look at all of them. That's a lot. That's a lot of fake news. The fake news won't talk about it. I've never seen, 325,000 children gone. They're gone. And the fake news doesn't write stories about it. They don't talk about it. And even when I put up, like we're going to see a couple of videos tonight, they never put the camera on the video. A friend of mine calls me, oh, I love watching you on television, but when you put up videos, and they're important videos, and instructive, and they teach you what the hell's going on, the camera can't move their damn little camera like this and like that. They're just like a piece of steel. And we say, move your camera. They won't do it because the executives back in New York and in California say, don't move that camera. The camera operator does want to move it, but wants to keep his job. Can you believe it? They won't move the camera, so you won't see it home. I'm sorry to tell you. You won't see it. You won't see it. It's horrible. So when you look at that, that was the best we had had, and it was going better. We had it done. The border was the most secure it ever was. And then they came in. They got rid of Remain in Mexico. That's pretty good, right? Remain in Mexico. Wasn't easy either. It was Remain in Mexico. When I said to the president of Mexico, he's a good guy. He's a socialist, but that's okay. These are minor details. But I said, listen, President, we want everybody to remain in Mexico before they come in. We want to check them out before they come in, Mr. President. He laughed at me. He said, that's so funny, Donald. Why would we ever do that? I said, you're going to do it 100%? You're going to do it 100%? No, we cannot do that. We're not going to. Why would we do a thing like that? That would be hundreds of thousands of people. That's right, on your side of the border, not on ours. He said, we will not do that. We will not do that. I said, listen, I don't want to embarrass you, so send me over your representative. And a man came over to the White House 2 days later wearing the most beautiful suit I think I've ever seen. And I wanted to ask him, who is your tailor? But I didn't think that would be an appropriate way to start the negotiation. Most gorgeous looking. The guy was a handsome guy. That suit was like perfect. But I thought I wouldn't do that. And I said, we want a couple of things. But we want you to, number one, provide us thousands of soldiers free of charge because you're letting people pour into our country. They said, we won't do that. I said, yes, you will, 100%. He said, we won't. I said, yes, you will. He said, no way. I said, way. And I said, you're going to do it. And the woman from the State Department, very good woman, but a terrible negotiator. She was 25 years. All she did was Mexico. And I said, we want this, and we want that. We want all these different things, 10 different things. The medical stay. We wanted everything. And she said, sir, I've been after that for 25 years. I said, well, maybe you and I are different. I will guarantee you I will have it by the end of this meeting. So I told him, you're going to give us all of these different things, and you're going to keep the people there, and we're going to let the people in if we want to, because we want to have people come in, but we want them to come in legally, right? And he said, sir, we won't do that. We will not do that, and we're not going to do remain in Mexico. I said, here's the story. It's Friday. By Monday morning at 7 o'clock, if you don't approve this, and that means over the next 5 minutes, we are going to charge you tariffs of 25%, 50%, 75%. They're never going to stop. He said, sir, you can't do that. That's not fair, sir. I said, no, it's not fair that you're sending people through your country and into our country and destroying our country. It's not fair. That's what's not fair. So this goes into effect at 7 o'clock on Monday morning. Have a nice weekend. He comes back. May I see you in 5 minutes? May I make a call to Mexico? I said, are you going to call the president? Yes, I am. He comes back in 2 minutes. Sir, it would be our honor to supply you with soldiers. It would be our great honor to supply you with as many soldiers, free of charge, of course, sir. As many as you have no idea what I did in the White House. I stopped wars with France. France, you know the France story? They were going to charge us, think of this, 25% to all America. I have to protect American companies, whether we like them or not. Some of them I didn't even like. You know, Google is treating us much better. Do you notice that? What happened to Google? They're treating us much better. Very nice. I appreciate that very much. They say McDonald's was one of the most viewed things that they've ever had. Can you believe McDonald's? That was a hell of a one, right? But France, Emmanuel Macron, good man, nice guy, but he's a wise guy, though. And he likes France, and I like the USA. So I heard about it. I gave it to our people. I said, tell them we're not paying this massive 25% tax. Our companies, we have to protect our companies. And I gave it to Mnuchin. I gave it to everybody. I said, you call them and tell them. They came back, sir, they won't do it. Then they came back again, and they won't do it. I said, you got one more chance. Come back. They came back, sir, they won't do it. And I called up Emmanuel. I said, get me Emmanuel Macron. I said, Emmanuel, here's the story. You're charging our companies very unfairly a 25% tax. Is that right? Yes, Donald. This was approved by our parliament or whatever the hell they have over there. What? There's 47 different names for that stuff. Yes, Donald, this was fully approved, and there's nothing much I can do about it. Emmanuel, here's the story. If you don't take that tax off, by the end of business hours today, I'm charging you a 100% tariff on every bottle of wine and champagne that comes in to the USA. And he said, Donald, that is not fair. I said, no, it's not fair that you're charging our companies this massive tax because they happen to be American companies. I said, we're not a stupid country anymore, Emmanuel. He's used to dealing with stupid people over here because we've had some beauties, the deals that we allow. And he said, it's not fair. I said, you got 3 minutes, Emmanuel. Tell me what to do. May I call you back? Yes, he calls me back. Donald, we have decided to remove the tax from American companies. I did that. I could stand up here. Nobody writes about this stuff. And I wish I put it on tape, but every time I say, oh, I'd love these conversations. I could tell you with Italy what I did. I could tell you. Here's the problem. Every time I think about I want to tape every conversation. The problem is then I start thinking about Richard Nixon did that. And I say, let's do without the tape. We'll do without the tape. Now, every time I said, did we record that? No, sir, we didn't. No. I wish, because some of them were classics. You could really hear something. But no, we don't want to do that. Richard Nixon, that was not good. When they found out he taped every single conversation. But under Kamala, the construction industry will be decimated. You have to vote Trump, and we will rebuild America. We're going to rebuild America. We're going to do it quickly, too. And we already gave you the biggest tax cut in history. We gave you the biggest regulation cuts by far, by 5 times in the history of our country. And, you know, I went to the big business guys. They come in and they kiss my ass. It's unbelievable, these guys. You know, before I was president, Trump is on the phone. Tell him I'll call him back sometime. Once I became president, oh, sir, it's such a pleasure to speak to you, sir. It's such a great honor. Oh, I see him. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. But we got you the biggest tax cuts in history, biggest regulation. And I said to some of the biggest guys running the big companies, good guys, some bad guys, some are really stupid as hell, some are good. But I said, let me ask you, I gave you the biggest tax cut in history, along with everybody, and it created jobs, all that. And I gave you the biggest regulation cuts in history. Which is better? Every single one of them said the regulation cuts were more important. People couldn't do anything. They couldn't build anything. They couldn't build plants. They couldn't build. I approved one in Louisiana. 14 years it was under, they know exactly which one, big LNG monster. $14 billion, too. $14 billion it was going to cost. I think Japan and other countries were putting up the money. After 14 years, they gave up. And I called my people together, and I said, we can't lose that. It's so good, number one. Number two, the jobs. Number three, I mean, it's just important that it's vital that we have it. I got it done in one day. It was done. Congratulations. They use a lot of times the environment to try and stop projects. Not a lot of times, let's say every time, but we have to be very careful with that because we're all environmentalists, but we have to be very careful. You destroy our country. I will pass historic tax cuts for our workers and small businesses, and we will have very important no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. And we're also going to do something else. And this just came and I announced it in Detroit because Detroit has been decimated. It's been decimated by stupid politicians. And it just came to me. I was called by some of the smartest guys on Wall Street. They said, how did you ever think of it? I used the paper clip. You know, the paper clip, very simple. They take a little piece of wire, they go like this. The guy became rich. And once everybody saw it, comes in a little box. 129 years ago, probably the same little box. And everybody said, why the hell didn't I think of that? Well, this is the same thing. Tax deduction on interest payments on a car. How about that? How about that? Nobody ever thought of it. And then I came up with a little wrinkle. But only if the car is built in the USA. Is that a good idea? Right? And then I'm going to be working with Elon Musk, who endorsed us very powerfully. He's great. All I know is I watched that rocket come down. I never saw that. I thought I was watching a movie or something, a space-age movie. I watched that rocket. I was on the phone with a very important person that everybody in this room will know. I got to be careful with using his name. I like to be nice and careful. You know that. And then I decide, am I better off being careful or really entertaining people? And I usually decide on the side of entertainment, and then I have problems. Now I'm talking to this very powerful big guy. We're talking, bop, 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 and I have the screen on the television, and it's muted. Can't hear the sound. And I'm seeing this rocket 20 stories tall, something like that, massive. And it used to be white, beautiful, polished white, and now it's all brown from that, like 1,000,000-degree temperature coming down, pouring down at 20,000 miles an hour. And it's pouring, and I see that thing, it's steaming and crazy, and the fire's all over the place. And I'm looking, And then I see the gantry, the big gantry, and I see the thing coming in and slowing down a little bit, but it's still going fast. And I tell this very important guy, listen, would you do me a favor? Hold it for a minute. I'm seeing, just hold it. Hold it. When you're leading in the polls and when you already were president, you can say that to important people. Just hold. So I take the phone, I put it down. The sad part is I never picked it up, I forgot. They'll say, he's cognitively imbalanced. He didn't pick up. These people, are they the worst? So I take the phone, I put it down, I say, just a second, I'm watching something that I don't believe. And I see that fire pouring on the bottom of the rocket and it's coming in sideways. I said, it's going to crash into the gantry. And then the fire goes on the left side and pushes it over. And it lands. And then those two big, beautiful arms, they grab it. I said, what the hell was that? Nobody's ever seen anything like that. So I forgot about my other call, and I called immediately Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He picks up his cell. I said, was that you, Elon? Yes. I said, can anybody else do it? No. Can Russia do it? Can China do it? Can the USA do it outside of you? No, nobody else can do it. I said, what do you call those arms? He said, think of them as chopsticks. I said, that's the way they're like chopsticks. They just grab it and they just put that thing down so beautifully. I said, that's great. So he's great. He gave me the most beautiful, you know where he is now? He's working in Pennsylvania trying to get us lots of votes because he thinks it's so important. He's campaigning. Because he said this is the most important election in our lifetime. And if Trump doesn't win the election, our country is potentially ruined. I mean, he's as strong as anybody I've ever seen. And we have to say, this is a seriously smart guy, right? You know, he helped us so much with the hurricanes because North Carolina had no communication whatsoever. And I was there early, and I met one of the people that are in charge. And they said, all our wires are down, and people are dying. A tremendous amount of people missing and dying, and the horrible thing. What a horrible hurricane that was. It was a water hurricane, more water than we've ever experienced from one storm. And it created rivers out of valleys. I mean, rivers that were 25 feet high and running down like rapids. It destroyed just about everything. And they had no communication. And the gentleman said to me, is there anything you can do? Do you know a man named Elon Musk? I said, I happen to know him. What's the problem? Could he get us Starlink? We're trying to get it. Nobody can get through. Starlink, you couldn't get it because it's very successful. So I called Elon. I said, Elon, whatever the hell Starlink is, can you do me a favor? Can you get it to North Carolina? They need it so badly. And then we talked just for a couple of minutes. And the guy wires me, thank you very much for getting Starlink. I'm still on the phone with Elon. He said, sir, thank you very much for the Starlink. They said it's coming right away. I said, Elon, we didn't even hang up. How the hell did you do that? He said, that's my secret. He's really a great guy. And he gives up a lot. He gives up a lot. No, he's given up. I mean, it's amazing that he does it. You know, people don't have to. He just feels so strongly that we're not going to have a country left with these people. Because she's really, seriously, this is not a smart person. And it's not a person that understands. And you can't even say, well, let's go to the vice president, because he is really a sicko, right? Remember he called J.D. Vance and I weird? We're not weird. We're very solid people. He's a weird dude, that guy. He's always pumping his heart, you know, like he's got great heart. He's a sick guy. You got both of them. I don't know who the hell is worse. Well, she did one thing that's very smart in the world of politics. She got herself the worst person possible to be vice president. You understand that? Worst. So bad that they'd probably leave her. I don't know. And by the way, how good is J.D. Vance? How good is she? Right? We drafted the athlete. We drafted the athlete. You look at his academic credentials and all of the different things. We drafted a great athlete. He's doing great. He's a great guy, too. So working with Elon Musk, I will cut a record number of job-killing, unnecessary regulations, which will blow your mind when you see how many. And on day one of the Trump administration, I will terminate Kamala's insane electric vehicle mandate, and we will end the Green New Scam once and for all. Once and for all. And we will quickly again, we were never energy independent until I came along. We were energy independent. We went from number 4 to number 1 in a couple of years. We have more liquid gold under our feet than Russia or Saudi Arabia. I got Anwar approved. It's as big potentially as Saudi Arabia. In the first week in office, crooked Joe Biden probably made a deal. Crooked Joe Biden terminated the approval. Ronald Reagan wanted it. He couldn't get it done. Everybody wanted it. I got it done. It was all set. They were all set to start drilling. One of the biggest finds anywhere in the world, as big they think as Saudi Arabia. And in the first week, they terminated. We will have that unterminated so fast. Alaska. But we will quickly become energy dependent again. We weren't energy independent before that. To anybody's recollection, we weren't energy independent before that for maybe 100 years. They don't know if at any time, but we were, and we will quickly become energy independent, and we will frack, 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 and drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill, and frack, frack, frack. Now, she's not going to frack. Her whole life, she's talking about, there will be no fracking. There will be no fracking. And I will cut your energy prices in half within 12 months, 50%, half, 50. Starting in January, we will give our companies the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs, the lowest regulatory burdens, and free access to the single best and biggest market on the planet. But it won't be that way for long. If we have stupid people like this running our country, you're not going to have the big market anymore. It can go very fast. Look at Venezuela. 15 years ago, it was an unbelievable country. Now it's a disaster. They can't get water. They can't get food. But what did Biden do? He starts buying oil from them. Do you believe it? And we have so much. So he's putting them back to health. Such a great move to do. They were ready to give up. We could have let the people go back into Venezuela. This guy, I tell you, the worst. Jimmy Carter is the happiest man because his administration is brilliant compared to these two losers. Jimmy Carter is a happy man. You saw him the other day voting. I think he voted for me. But only if they make their products here. This is it. Got to make their products. Everything is based on you got to make your products in America. No more making them in China, making them all over the place. And you got to hire American workers for the job. And if these companies don't make their products here, then they will pay a very stiff tariff when they send their products into the United States, where they're made by somebody else or some other country. For the privilege of competing with our workers and our cherished but now very protected companies. We're going to protect these companies. We're going to have a lot of companies moving. You watch Detroit. Detroit, you know, for 40 years ago, I've been hearing about Detroit's coming back. Never came back. It'll come back so fast with a series of brilliant incentives that won't cost us anything. But most importantly, tariffs and taxes. Everybody's going to be moving back into the country because they're not going to want to pay. And one quick story, just a quick, should I say it or should I just get the hell out of here? One quick story. I thought you were going to say that. One quick story. So about a year and a half ago, the largest builder of auto plants, who I know, John, I said, I want to see one of your factories that you're building. He's the biggest. And he said, okay. I said, where would we go? Mexico. I said, I don't want to go to Mexico. What the hell do I want to go? I want to see one here. Well, we don't build them big here. He builds them all over the world. He doesn't care. He builds them wherever the hell they pay him. And that's, by the way, with companies, that's why they move out of our country in 2 minutes if they're not going to be given the right deal. So I said, no, I don't want to go to Mexico. He said, well, the big ones are built in Mexico. I'm sorry. I said, how big is it? The biggest in the world. They're going to build cars. Think of this. Thousands, millions of cars. They're going to sell them into the United States, destroy Michigan. If Michigan doesn't vote for me, I tell you, I'm going to make Michigan richer than anybody. I think even richer than you. I hate to say it. Michigan, we're going to bring back the whole car business, but you could get plants also, okay? Because I don't care. As long as they're in the United States, I couldn't care less. So I said, how big would that be? He said, they'll make more cars than all of the state, the entire state, much more than Detroit. These are big monsters. You press a button and it starts. It's unbelievable. And the biggest in the world. I said, boy, I don't like that. That's going to kill him. So I started talking about it, and this plant that's being built, and everyone said, oh, it's not real. Well, it is. And then it was going to start. And then last week I spoke in front of the Economic Club of Detroit, and I spoke about cars, and I talked about this plant. And in the audience, just like right where you're sitting, sir, good-looking guy, stand up, please. Right you. That's right. Yeah, stand up. Right in your seat. That's where he sat. Right there. I looked in the audience. And who do I see? I see John. And I said, oh, I passed a message to him while I'm speaking, because this was more interesting to me than anything I was doing up there. And I said, I want to see you after. So I see him afterwards. I said, John, tell me something. How is that monster plant? And it's actually more than one, but this one monster, how's it doing? Sir, they've abandoned that plant. What? That's great news, because it's going to kill us. What do you mean they've abandoned? They think you're going to be elected president. You're going to put tariffs on their cars, and they won't be able to make any money. They're going to lose their shirt. They've abandoned the plant. I said, that's the greatest thing I've ever heard. Marjorie, that's the greatest thing I've ever heard. So Michigan can now keep their car companies going. But in all fairness, those are old plants and stuff. Generally, we're going to give them the greatest new plants. We're going to give them plants that are going to be unbelievable. We're going to put the auto workers. The auto workers want Trump. The Teamsters want Trump. Did you see the Teamsters? The rank and file of the Teamsters voted 62% for Trump. Never happened. Nothing like that ever happened before. The firemen nationwide voted for Trump. The firemen. Never happened before. Never happened before. But I will never apologize for defending America. I'm not going to do it. I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders. I will protect our families. And I will protect the birthright of our children to live in the richest and most powerful nation on the face of the earth. And that's what we're going to have. Under Kamala, this crazy Kamala thing is just crazy. First of all, you can't call her Harris because nobody knows who the hell you're talking about. If I say to the legendary Marjorie Taylor Greene, Harris, I say, what do you think of the job Harris is doing? She'll say, who the hell is Harris? Nobody knows. No, it's the truth. Nobody knows who the hell Harris is. It's the weirdest thing, isn't it? So you have to say Kamala. Under Kamala and her economy, millions of Americans, she has no idea about an economy. She's not a smart person. She's a low IQ individual. She is. She's a low IQ person. Millions of Americans are suffering because of inflation. They're losing their jobs. They can't afford housing, groceries, or a car. And yet Kamala is importing millions of illegals across our borders and giving them taxpayer benefits at your expense. And putting them into luxury hotels in New York and Chicago and Los Angeles while our veterans are sleeping outside of that hotel on the street. So you are witnessing the economic oppression of Americans to reward and enrich illegal aliens. But all of that stops 2 weeks from now. For 4 straight years, Kamala Harris has imported an army of illegal alien gang members and migrant criminals from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions from all around the world, from Venezuela to the Congo. You know, the Congo is a hot country now for us. They're sending us their prisoners by the thousands. All over the world, they're coming in. From the Middle East, they're coming in. Their prisons are being opened. Venezuela, their prisons. I would do the same thing. I would do it. I would have done it faster than any of them. Venezuela still has some prisoners left. I mean, it's amazing that they've been so nice to us. They're depositing their prisoners. They're dumping. We're a dumping ground. They're dumping their prisoners, their gang members, their drug lords into the United States of America because they say that America is run by stupid people and they have open borders. They have an open border where anybody can come in, just walk across. Historically, when you have swastikas on your forehead and swastikas all over your cheek and lots of other symbols all over your face, historically that person isn't going to be a tremendous help to our economy. And yet they walk through that open border and probably say, man, are these people stupid? And then they start to kill. They kill. And we built over 500 miles of wall, and we were going to add 200 miles of wall, and it was already made as per specifications of the Great Border Patrol. They want steel, they want concrete, and they want rebar. I wanted just plank. I wanted concrete, beautiful, like long spans of I'm very good at construction, actually. I wanted long spans of concrete plank. They said you have to have steel because they cut through concrete too easily. We had a whole big deal. But we gave them just what they want. Even the anti-climb panel on the top. You know the big panel of steel? I hate it. I hate the look of it. But guess what? It's called an anti-climb panel for a reason. Put it up there. We have great stuff, very expensive to build, hardened concrete and hardened steel, very hard to cut even with a blowtorch. I had a very hard time taking it down. And then I ordered 200 miles more, and we could have had it put up in 3 weeks to 4 weeks, and they didn't want to put it up. And then they started selling it for 5 cents on the dollar for steel, okay? And then she resettled these people into your communities all over America, and they're the roughest people. When I win on November 5th, the migrant invasion of our country ends and the restoration of our country begins. One of the deadliest and most vicious migrant gangs that Kamala has imported into our country through her open border policy. Remember, she was the border czar. She doesn't like saying that, but she was the border czar. And even if she wasn't, she was in charge of the border. Do you know, I asked the Border Patrol, did she ever call? Not once. I spoke to the top 10 guys. Did any of you, I know them very well. They're phenomenal people, by the way. They want to have a great, strong border. They hate, you know, it's easier for them. Let them pour in. Who the hell needs to get hurt? Because it's a rough deal. These are rough people. And I said, did she ever call? Not once. Not one of them ever received a call. She admits it. She never called them. But the savage Venezuelan prison gang, Tren de Aragua, have you heard of them? They're a lovely group of people. Tren de Aragua. That has taken over apartment complexes and unleashing a violent terror spree all over America, but specifically in Aurora, Colorado, where the governor is petrified of them. He's a radical left Democrat. He is petrified of them. He doesn't know what to do. They've even taken over Times Square. There's a front page article today in the New York Post. They're taking over Times Square in New York, and they have weapons that our military doesn't even have. You say, where the hell are they getting the weapons? But we have guys that want to confront them, and they're going to be allowed to confront them, and we're going to get them the hell out of here. Take a look at this little video.
Open borders, deadly consequences.
Border crisis. Record high crossings are putting a strain on cities across America. It is a full-blown invasion.
Armed Venezuelan gang members storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
When people talk about migrant crime, this is what they're talking about. Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in under humanitarian parole.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented cross-border as criminals.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been released into the United States.
My 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered in her own room. Kayla's murderer was apprehended by Border Patrol crossing illegally into the U.S.
Kayla's murderer had been improperly released into the United States.
Abolish ICE. Yeah, we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
More than a dozen people suspected of being Tren de Aragua gang members right here in San Antonio.
The gang members had been terrorizing the apartment complex.
New details in the murder of Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national.
And was paroled and released into the country by the Biden administration.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
Court documents suggest a group of men arrested for beating and robbing a Dallas woman last month are members of a Venezuelan street gang.
Manuel Hernandez was booked by Colleyville police just 2 days earlier and released the day before the robbery.
Can you believe it? And that's nice. That's some of the nice stuff. It's much worse than that. The United States is now an occupied country, but on November 5th, 2024, we will call that Liberation Day. It's going to be Liberation Day. Under Kamala Harris, over 13,000 illegal alien convicted murders from prisons, all in prisons. Some killed more than 5 people. Many killed more than 1. Were allowed to enter the United States, and they're currently on the loose in the United States. Right here in Georgia, our nation was robbed of a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student, the best everything, most respected person, beautiful person. Laken Riley, got to know her family very well. They didn't get to know, they never called her family. They never called. And then he pronounced her name wrong. Remember, he called her Lincoln. Remember that? In Congress, he called her Lincoln, didn't even have the respect of knowing her name. Who was out for a jog when she was assaulted, horribly beaten, and horrifically killed by an illegal alien from Venezuela. The savage monster who murdered Laken was let in and released into our country by the open border policy of Kamala Harris. The brother was also in Georgia of this killer. He was there illegally and is also a member of Tren de Aragua. This gang is violent, but so is MS-13 coming out from all over South America. These are violent. They don't shoot people. They use knives because it's more painful. They killed 2 young, beautiful 16-year-old girls walking to school in Long Island, and they cut them up into little pieces, and they thought it was so wonderful. And you know who got them is ICE went in and got them, and Kamala wants to get rid of ICE. Not a lot of people want to do that particular job, but ICE loves doing that job. Earlier this year, an illegal alien that Kamala Harris released into our country brutally stabbed a man in the back and the face, all over his body, in an attempted robbery in Louisiana. The week before, he raped a 14-year-old girl with a knife to her throat. He's killed other people. Immediately upon taking the oath of office, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history. I will rescue every town across America, and every town is worried about it. Every town is. Look at Springfield, Ohio. Beautiful Ohio. I love Ohio. I love Ohio. Look at Springfield, Ohio. a town, small city, but a town of 50,000 people. They've implanted 32,000 illegal migrants into the town. Nobody could survive that. They have to leave. They have to leave. I'm sorry. Nobody could survive that. A 50,000 person town, quickly 32,000 illegal migrants. They call them legal because they had a little trick, but it's illegal. I will rescue every town, and every town is petrified, even if they don't have them, because they know they're coming. They're heading for the towns. They're heading for the towns. Who could do this to our country? Who could do this? Who could do this to our country? It's only good if you are a politician thinking about running for office and running against them. That's about the only thing that's good for. Who could do this to our country? Who could allow this to happen to our country? I will rescue every town across America that has been invaded and conquered, and we will put these vicious, bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of the country, and we'll do it very fast. And to expedite removals of the Tren de Aragua and MS-13 gangs from our country, and many others, by the way, I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. Think of that. We had to go back to 1798. That's when we had laws that were effective. 1798 we had to go back to. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. Automatic if they come back into our country. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. And release. They'll be released into Mexico. We will have catch and release, but not into America. It'll be catch and release into Mexico. I will end all migrant flights. They fly thousands and thousands of people over the border. They've told you with this bill that they keep saying Trump called the senators and said, don't sign it. They're wrong about that. What they don't say is that they made it a little bit harder because they're getting killed for this election. So they made it a little bit harder. They want to make their numbers look a little bit better. But what they didn't stop are Boeing 747s and 757s and 767s flying over our border, loaded up with migrants and dropping them off in the Middle West and the middle part of our country. They forgot to tell us that, but we saw them. We said, what are all those big planes doing flying there? These people are bad people. So they didn't want to stop anything. I will immediately outlaw sanctuary cities in this country. They're sanctuary for criminals. And I will ban all welfare and federal benefits for illegals, because then they won't come. They won't come. I mean, Gavin Newsom, one of the worst governors in the history of our country. Gavin Newsom, she destroyed San Francisco. Now she wants to destroy our country. That's Kamala. But she worked with Gavin Newsom. What they've done to California, you know, now we have more people leaving California, the most beautiful place. And I tell people I hurt myself when I say that because I have great property there. When I say that, this political game has not been good for me. But I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's peanuts. This is the whole thing. We're going to save our country. What the hell difference does it make? No, it's a killer. I have property in San Francisco, big property. And I say that she's destroyed San Francisco. She started the destruction. It was the best city in America 18 years ago. In California, what they've done to California, her Gavin Newsom, the same group. It's just like terrible. They've destroyed it. And we're not going to let them destroy the United States of America. They've gone far.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. We are currently listening to the legendary, the 45th. Some people say he might be the 47th. What do you think? Trump. Let's get it.
As we secure our borders and rebuild our economy, we are also going to make America healthy again. The Kamala healthcare plan will make our kids sicker and their diets more toxic. Under the Trump administration, we will get the toxic chemicals out of our food supply, and we will make our children healthy again. We will spend more money on healthcare than any other nation, but think of that. You know, we do. I don't know if you know. We spend more money by far than any other nation. But we have problems also than any nation. More childhood diseases than we did just a generation ago. Millions of Americans are realizing that something is wrong. By getting this fixed, not only will we have healthier families, we will save trillions and trillions of dollars and bring down the cost of health care. With us tonight is the man who's going to help us get it all straightened out, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
We have 1,000 chemicals in our food that are illegal in Europe. But the problem is not from those chemicals. The big problem is corruption in our federal agencies. And these agencies are now owned by big pharma, by big food, and big agriculture. Don't you want a president who's going to get the chemicals out of our food? And don't you want a president who's going to get the corruption out of Washington, D.C.? And don't we deserve a president of the United States that's going to make America healthy again?
Thank you, Bobby. Nobody gets a standing ovation like that. What's going on over here? That's great, Bobby. Great. Thank you. Thank you. And as you know, Bobby's great mother, she was a great woman, Ethel, passed away, so our regards and condolences to the family. Thank you, Bobby. Our movement is bringing together Americans of all backgrounds who believe in freedom, democracy, and a thing called common sense. Much of it's common sense. Conservative, liberal, it's common sense. Let me also call up two other incredible patriots who want to help save our incredible country. Former Democrat presidential candidate Tulsi Gabbard. And, by the way, she just became a Republican. And a great man, a brilliant person, and a true character, Tucker Carlson.
Something? I think Donald Trump's singular contribution to this country and the world is by his presence exposing a lot of things a lot of us believed as fraudulent, as lies. It's changed my life watching it. But the single biggest lie that Donald Trump has exposed is that this is a functional democracy, when in fact, it's a country oppressed by a small group of its unhappiest citizens for their own benefit. And the promise of this campaign is that Donald Trump will return this country to its owners. And that's its population, that's its people, that's its citizens. And I pray fervently that that happens. I mean it. That's why I'm so honored to be here. Thank you.
We have seen from the very beginning how much President Trump has been attacked, smeared, censored, the government weaponized against a candidate for president and a former president in ways that have never been seen in our country before. The reason why this has happened is because he is the sole person who has had the courage to stand up against the uniparty war machine in Washington and have the audacity to call for peace and an end to war. While he has challenged the swamp creatures in Washington, all of you have resoundingly nominated him for president 3 times in the last 3 presidential elections. We know whose side he stands on. He stands on the side of the people. He stands on the side.
Bro, this is like I am watching Justice League. This right here is superpowers. This is superheroes on stage right now. Because it's like a coalition of superior beings on stage right now, bro. You ready? And now you have Elon. Elon ain't even on stage yet. Man, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, man.
Side of peace and prosperity and freedom for all Americans. It's why I'm proud to stand with President Trump and why we, the people, must vote to send him back to the White House and make America great again.
Great people. Great people. Thank you very much. That is a great group. That is some assemblage of talent. And very great honor to have them. Thank you very much. We're also pleased to be joined tonight by Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones. Burt, thank you. Wherever you may be, Burt, thank you. Great guy. And Representatives Mike Collins and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Please. Thank you, Marjorie. Future Congressman, congressional candidate Brian Jack. He's been with me from the beginning, and now he's a congressman soon. And a wonderful human being, a great man, Ben Carson. Ben, thank you very much. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. Great man. And thank you, Candy. Thank you very much, Candy. State Senator Clint Dixon. Terrific. And State Representative Mike Kokas. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. Good job. Commissioner Tyler Harper. He's done a fantastic job. And Chairman of the Georgia Republican Party, Josh McCoon. Josh. Thank you. Where's Josh? That's good. Are we doing okay, Josh? I'm hearing we're winning big. That's good. Former Senator Kelly Loeffler and her husband. Her husband. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, darling. Jeff Sprecher, he owns the New York Stock Exchange. This guy's loaded. He owns the New York Stock Exchange. What's that like, Jeff? What is that like? But he's a great guy. Thank you both. A man of tremendous faith, and everybody respects him, Jensen Franklin. Thank you, Jensen. And he's been with me from the beginning, day one, right, with Paula and a whole group of people. I want to thank you. And we just had a little session behind this wonderful stage. We had, must be 45 pastors and ministers, and they were praying. I said, if this doesn't work, nothing's going to work. Nothing's going to work if that doesn't work. But thank you all. You're all incredible people. We have tremendous respect for you. Terrific man. Man was treated very unfairly, but he's a great man, and he really knows what he's doing. David Schaefer. David, thank you. Thank you, David. Where's David? Thank you, David. Great job, David. And the #1 country music artist, Jason Aldean. He's my friend, but he's talented. You know, I played golf with him, and I said, you're much better with a guitar than you are with a golf club. Much. And he wasn't insulted by that, but thank you. Great guy. My son, Eric Trump. Where is Eric? Thank you, Eric. He works. And a woman that likes me because I will not allow men to be in women's sports, Riley Gaines. Thank you. Thank you, Riley. Not even for a day, Riley. We'll do it very fast. Benny Johnson, thank you very much. And Peter Navarro, thank you very much. And Steve Witkoff, one of the great entrepreneurs of our country, actually, Steve Witkoff. But I especially want to thank Charlie Kirk, because he is working so hard. He has worked so hard. He's working on making sure everything is proper. That's what he wants to do. Turning Point Action, the job they do is amazing. The only thing is, one thing when I come here and do this for him, I always have to shake about 15 times the number of people. I was shaking hands for an hour. Oh, I said, this must be a Charlie Kirk affair. But you know what? He's a fantastic person. The job he does with Turning Point, and I just want to congratulate him and thank him. He's working very hard. So we are running against the most radical, most incompetent, most unfit vice president in the history of our country. No one respects her. No one trusts her. No one takes her seriously. This is a woman who took yesterday off. How do you take yesterday off? You got 13 days, you're running for the presidency, she takes her time off. I've gone 52 days in a row, and I'm not taking any days off, that I can tell you. No, but think of that. She's taking days off at levels not seen. I hear she's taking another one tomorrow or something. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Maybe she knows something we don't know. That's bad, right? Maybe she knows something we don't know. Does everybody understand that? Maybe. She takes a day to study for a simple interview with an MSDNC reporter, but then makes a fool of herself with answers that are so crazy. And we'll never forget 60 Minutes. We're never going to forget it. We can't. I think I'm going to sue them, actually, because there's no way they can answer it. There's no way they can say, no, we don't like the answer she gave, and they immediately replace it with something. There's no way they can answer that. But we are not running against Kamala. She means nothing. She is purely a vessel. She can't put two sentences together. She can't do it. Just like we were not running against crooked Joe Biden, who, by the way, said yesterday about me, quote, we got to lock him up. I told you. He said, then he denied it. I didn't mean that. Because he's not legally allowed to say. He can't say that. But I've been telling you that It's election interference. This is all it is. He said, we got to lock them up. This is illegal and should cause cases. I mean, look, think of it. I've been under investigation more than the legendary Alphonse Capone, Scarface. And my parents are looking down, and my father was tough, and my mother was great. She was so sweet. And I said yesterday, I know she's in heaven. I'm not 100% sure of my father, but he was a good man. He's a tough guy and a good guy. He had a big heart, too, and he was smart. He was smart. But they're looking down on me now, and they're saying, how the hell could my son be worse than Alphonse Capone? How could he be? No, but these are crooked people. This is all election interference. And you know the amazing thing? It made me much more popular. It's crazy, right? Because the people got it. Crazy. But as I've said, these lawsuits are being run by the Department of Justice, the FBI. Biden is behind it all, believe it or not. And he proved that yesterday with his stupid statement. And people are outraged by it. And we're running against something far bigger, far more powerful than them, which is a massive, vicious, crooked, radical left machine that runs today's Democrat Party. It's far bigger than them. This is who we're fighting, and we're fighting them hard. These are the people who are doing such harm to our country with their open borders and record-setting inflation and the Green New scam. They're trying to destroy our country. But we're not going to let it happen any longer. We are going to have the biggest victory in the history of our country on November 5th. We are going to make America great again, November 5th. We are going to make America. Isn't it a beautiful expression, MAGA? Think of it. The greatest movement in the history of our country, and all of that fake news, there's so many of them back there. All of that fake news. If it weren't true, they'd say, he said this and he said that. No, it's the greatest movement by far. You know, I was thinking the other day, there was a good man, Pat Buchanan. A lot of you forget. But he came in second in New Hampshire, and he built a huge career. We came in first in 38 different states, and then we won the presidency. And then we did much better the second time, getting millions and millions of votes more. And something very bad happened. But there is far more enthusiasm right now than for number one or number two by 50%. And you see that by the votes that are coming in at numbers that think of North Carolina. Their property is devastated. Their lives, in many cases, are ruined. Everybody said, if we get 50% of the vote, it would be a miracle. And it was Trump territory, I must say. It was mostly Trump. These are people that vote for me and the Republican Party. And what happens? They broke the all-time. Think of it. The house is gone. Some lost family members. The devastation. I can't believe it. Trees were turned upside down. Buses were thrown 100 yards away or floated there. The devastation was incredible. We really meant if we could get 50% of the vote, it would be amazing. We broke the all-time record. We've never had more votes from those areas than we did. Think of what that means. Think of what it means. It's impossible to conceive. And I want to thank them. North Carolina was really hit. Wow. I saw sites over the last few days. I've never seen anything like it. Kamala Harris does not have the compassion, the intelligence, or the strength to be the president of the United States. She cannot do the job. She's not fit. She's not fit to do the job. She's an international joke. Other countries and their leaders who are very streetwise people, they're at the top of their game. They can't believe this is even happening. She's going to end up getting us into World War III. We're not going to let that happen. And on top of it all, she says she would not do anything differently from Joe Biden, which is absolutely, as far as I'm concerned, disqualifying. Shouldn't even be allowed to run. He has almost a 90% negative path, 90%, and she won't do anything differently, including saving the 325,000 children that I talked to you about. Let's take one quick look.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
Gut-wrenching new details in the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national who crossed the unsecured southern border back in 2022.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
A fifth illegal immigrant accused of attacking 2 New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Only 18% say the economy is in excellent or good condition. US inflation has hit a new 40-year high, increasing by 9.1% over the financial year.
The cost of homes have spiked. Home buyers need to earn 80% more than they did in 2020 to afford a house.
Were you the last person in the room? Yes.
So in closing, here are the facts. Kamala Harris is a radical left Marxist rated even worse than Bernie Sanders or Pocahontas. She destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of defund the police, and anybody who wants to defund the police even for one day is not worthy of being president of the United States. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE. She vowed repeatedly to ban fracking. As California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as nonviolent crimes. She pledged to confiscate your guns. She will confiscate your guns 100%, and endorsed a total ban on handgun ownership. She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention if they call for it. Think of it. Illegal aliens in detention, they got caught. If they want to have a sex change operation, she's in favor of it. And all at taxpayer expense. And very importantly, and you saw that the other day, she lied about working at McDonald's. She'd never worked there. She's a liar. And she wants to turn our country woke. Take a quick look at this, because we had that toughest. And remember this, I defeated ISIS with our military. They're not going woke. They're not going woke.
You little scumbag! I got your name! I got your ass! You will not laugh! You will not cry! You will learn by the numbers!
Happy Pride. Happy Pride Month, and actually, let's declare it a summer of pride.
So you're a killer? Sir, yes, sir! Let me see your war face. Sir, you got a war face? Ah! That's a war face! Now let me see your war face! Ah! Bullshit!
And it won't even take long. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine. It should have never started. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III from happening. We were never closer than we are right now. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military. We will build a massive missile defense shield over our country, all made in the USA. Why shouldn't we have one? And we will land an American astronaut on Mars. in a very short period of time. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. We will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend religious liberty. I will restore free speech. And I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, our Second Amendment. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country, defend our borders, and protect our citizens. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. It will be ended. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive. And every day will be filled with opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda with a landslide that is too big to rig. Early voting is underway. Get everyone you know. Tell your husband, Harry, get out of that sofa, Harry. Get out. Turn that damn football game off, Harry. You're going to vote, Harry. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. That's what we're going to have. With your help, from now until Election Day, we will redeem America's promise. We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we all so love. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. And we will never, ever back down. And we will never, ever surrender. And together we will fight, 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 and win, win, win. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. You will be so proud of your vote when you look back in 25 years, 50 years, a long time. You're going to be so proud. And together we will make America powerful again.
All right.
We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Georgia. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. Okay, so you just heard the 45th. Some people say he might be the 47th. I mean, who knows, bro? Who knows at this point? All right, so I have one more for you guys, and we're gonna call it a night, okay? And or a morning, right? Because it's currently 5:49. Let's get it.
Our God, we love our country, and we love college football, you know, right?
Well, thank you very much. You know, he's been my friend for a long time. I didn't know he was such a good football player. That's a good player.
Kathy?
That's a real team in the championship.
It
See,
was
you learn
before
every
the-
day. You learn something about people.
It was before NIL.
Oh,
It
nice.
was before NIL, Mr. President.
It's not bad.
Yeah, not
It's
bad.
not
yeah.
bad.
But, well, welcome to Zebulon, Georgia, Mr. President.
Thank you. What a beautiful place. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bill.
It is. Wow. This is a packed house here, Mr. President, and there's thousands more outside too.
A lot of people all along the highways. We're driving up, and there's a lot of love. We're going to have a big election. We're going to have a November 5th, and you'll probably, many of you have. Who's already voted? Yeah. It's going to be a big one. I think it's the most important election in the history of our country. I really believe that. I think most of the people here do too. And we don't say that lightly, but it's a big one. We have some people that are not doing a good job. They're not doing a good job for our country. So thank you all for being here. It's a great honor. Thank you.
Absolutely. It is a huge honor to have you here in Middle Georgia, Mr. President, and I know you have a big event tonight in Duluth, Georgia. Obviously, Georgia is going to play a pivotal role. Right. I was on an interview earlier this morning, and they were asking me about the closing in next 12 days, next right. 12 to 13 days, and I told them that while your opponent is doing programs like The View and Howard Stern to try to close out the event.
And taking vacations. She took off yesterday. Who takes off when you have 13, 14 days for the press? She took off. She needed to rest. She needed to rest.
You have chosen to close out the deal by going around the country and speaking to religious leaders, talking in places of worship, like here in Zebulon, Georgia. And we have a saying here in our state that people who show up for church on Sundays go to the polls on Tuesdays, and I think that's true all over. So I talk about a little bit about the event you had yesterday in Miami with the Latino pastors and all of that.
Well, we had a tremendous thing at Doral in Miami. And it was a beautiful day, and we had pastors, we had a lot of Hispanics, and we're setting every record with Hispanics. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Great people, very industrious, hardworking, smart, beautiful people. And we've really, I guess we're setting the record already. It's going to be set. And we have actually something, a couple of polls just came out. We're at 56%. You know, normally, like guys like Romney, anybody like Romney? Guys like Romney, we're getting just a few points, and here we are with the potential to actually win, which hasn't been done maybe forever, almost forever with the Republican Party, all along the border and all along in Texas and other places along the line where, by the way, they're working very hard to keep some very bad people out of our country. If you take a look at what they've done with our border, it's so bad. I think it's the biggest, actually, just to skip over to it. I think it's the single biggest problem we have. We talk about inflation, and it's horrible, and the economy. But you take a look at inflation, and the biggest problem to me is the border, where they allow murderers into our country, they allow prisoners into our country, they empty out their prisons from all over the world. And to me, it's the biggest problem that we have. I think it's the number one thing, and we're going to do something. We're going to do something to stop it very quickly. We built hundreds of miles of wall. We were doing great, and we had the most successful. The day I left office, you've seen that very famous chart. I love that chart. I love it. I love that. But, well, there it is. But if you take a look at that part, that's pretty good. They do a very good job back there. They never know when I'm going to introduce it. And usually I don't, usually I don't introduce it, but I did that one day, and I turned to the right to look, and I'm glad I turned. Otherwise I wouldn't be with you right now. But if you look at the arrow on the bottom, that was the day I left office, and that was the lowest day we've had in terms of illegals coming into our country, and that included drugs and human trafficking, and mostly in women, by the way. And we had it really going. And then you take a look at what happened right after I left. What they've done to our country is just not describable.
Well, we're glad you're here too. You made it through that too as well, Mr. President. And what we're going to do today, and I want to, before we start with our first question here in this town hall, I want to brag on you a little bit because, people only get to see you from afar, and there's very few of us that get to interact with you one-on-one. I want to tell you, this is a great guy to be around. I mean, he's a guy's guy right here. And he also has a big heart. And I just want to tell you a quick story that the national news media never covered about him. But when we had the hurricanes that hit, we had Hurricane Helena that hit southeast Georgia a couple of weeks ago. Number one, he was the first person on the ground in Valdosta, Georgia, right after those storms. And after I got to go and look at some of the communities that were hit, and they were hit hard, it was generational change there. I said to myself, I've got to do something about this. And I ended up calling a good friend, Georgia native of mine, named Jason Aldean. Y'all know Jason? Jason was doing a concert in Macon, Georgia. I said, Jason, I know you're from Macon, and I'm glad I'm coming to your concert. How about us team up together and do a little hurricane relief fund for the victims of the hurricane? And of course, Jason agreed wholeheartedly. But then I called this man, and at 7:30 in the morning, one ring, he picks up the phone. He goes, "Hello, Bert," you know. And he doesn't ever waste any time. He's all business. He goes, "How we doing in Georgia, Bert?" You know. I said, "We're doing great." I was like, "Look, I told him about the storm, and he was very obviously aware of it." And immediately I said, "Look, Jason Aldean and I are going to do something this Saturday night. Would you like to be a part?" Without hesitation, he said, "Yes, absolutely." He said something to somebody in the background, said, "Hey, let's put together something for Burt Jones and Jason Aldean, and let's team up with them." And I want to tell you something. They started a GoFundMe page on Tuesday. By Saturday of that same week, because of him, we had raised $7 million for the victims of the Hurricane Fund.
Thank you.
And that was significant. I just want to thank you in front of this audience.
And Jason is terrific, by the way. He's always the first to jump in, along with you. And you have a great lieutenant governor. And I have to tell you, Bert and I have spoken about it. We also had a lot of help from your governor. He's been really great, and so we appreciate that. We've been all working together. You know, Georgia got hit so hard, and it worked very well over here from the standpoint of people getting together and helping. FEMA has had a hard time. Nobody knows exactly why, but the federal government's response was, I don't know if it was as bad here as it was in North Carolina. I was in North Carolina yesterday, 3 different stops, and I followed it in. I actually followed the hurricane in. I went there, and it is not even believable, but FEMA, meaning the White House, did not do their job. They did not do their job. And we got to change it. We had a great FEMA when we were doing it. We had some problems too when FEMA came in and they handled it, but they're not. And they spent a lot of their money on other things. You know that. They spent a lot of their money on the illegal migrants coming in, almost $1 billion. And there was no money. And so now they're going to have a special session in Congress to try and get money. And it's too bad. It's too bad. But you know who did help us, though? Elon Musk. He helped us because they needed Starlink. I said, "What's Starlink?" They were telling me, "Sir, do you know Elon Musk?" I said, "Yeah, he endorsed me, right?" I said, "Yeah, he's great." He said, "You see that rocket ship come in the other day? Whoever saw anything like that?" Only Elon. I said, "Is that yours?" He said, "That's mine. That's the only one that can do it." But anyway, he needed Starlink. They needed Starlink badly in North Carolina. And I called him. I said, "Elon, they have a big problem." They had no communication. People were dying. He saved a lot of lives. And he had it over there so fast, it was amazing. They couldn't get it because it's hard to get. And it was sort of interesting because I was on the phone with him, and I said, Starlink, and we're talking a little bit, and the person called me that needed it so badly in North Carolina. During my call with Elon, I hadn't hung up. He said, "Thank you, sir, for getting a Starlink." I said, "How did you call them? How did you talk to them? We're still on the phone." He said, "Well, I have ways of doing things." But he got that to them right away, and it made a very big difference. Also, they got it into Georgia. So I want to thank Elon for being really very gracious and smart.
Absolutely. Thank you. Well, Mr. President, if it's all right with you, I know we've got some folks here that would love to get to ask you questions directly. Okay. It is something that we're glad to be here in the church, and we do thank Pastor Billy Smith. I tell folks all the time that we're not complicated here in Georgia. We love our God, we love our country, and we love college football. Right? And we know prayers can be answered because the good Lord gave us Kirby Smart at the University of Georgia. And I think he's going to deliver you back to the White House for us. So
he's doing a good job.
I've got a young man, Matthew. Matthew has a question. There he is, right there, sir.
Hello. Hi, Matthew. Want to use mine? Thank you.
President Trump, is an honor. First off, please know that me and my family, and I know so many other Christians here in Georgia, are praying for you, praying for your family, and praying that the Lord will deliver you. Amen. Amen. And we're praying that the Lord will deliver you back in the White House very soon. Amen.
Thank you very much.
Just recently, a study came out from Arizona Christian University showing that 32 million Christian Americans will not be going to the polls to vote this year. If you could share a final message to those Christians to encourage them to go to the polls, what would your message be?
Well, it's interesting, Matthew, that if you look over the last 30 years or so, for whatever reason, Christians are not tremendous voters in terms of percentage. If they were, we'd never lose an election. We wouldn't have had these people in office. We would never lose an election. And I think they are. I think we've really energized a lot of people this time because they've seen how bad it is. This last 4 years it's been a horror show, an absolute horror show. And I think we're going to see those numbers go way up. I'm almost sure of it, and I'm even hearing that from statistically because you see what's coming in. And by the way, record numbers of votes are coming in, so that's supposed to be a good thing for us. And we have to make sure too big to rig. We want to make it too big to rig, right? Mm-hmm. But if they did, we would literally never lose an election. And there's persecution going on, and especially, I don't know if you've heard, with Catholics. I don't know what's going on with Catholics. Why are they after Catholics? But the Catholics are being persecuted. School boards are being persecuted. Parents. This group is not a nice group of people. You think they're stupid, and they are really pretty dumb. But when you look at what the policies, what they've done to this country, but they're vicious people. They're vicious, vicious people. And people are being persecuted, people of religion. And you saw it a little bit during COVID, where you'd have a service outside, everybody's 5 yards away and everything, and they're coming and arresting people. It's very bad. But I think you're going to see a big change. I think you're going to see it now, and hopefully we're going to keep it going. Without religion, it's like the glue that holds it all together. This would be a different country. The religion and all of it, virtually all of them are going, if you look at a path, wasn't helped by COVID, by the way. When you had COVID, all of a sudden, people started thinking a little bit differently, and they, got used to a different way of life for a long period of time, and maybe it didn't quite come back. But it's going this way. If we ever had it going up, it would, and I think we're going to get it up. I really believe it. I think this election is important for even that reason, for everything. It's so important, but it's such a good question. You know who else are hard voters? Are NRA people, rifles and guns, people that own guns. They vote in a very small proportion. If they ever voted, you could never lose. And in fact, the Democrats, the radical left, used to fear them, and now they don't fear them any longer because they don't vote to the extent that they should. And look, we're Second Amendment. I think everyone in this room is Second Amendment and Second Amendment people.
Thank you, Matthew. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, Matthew.
Thank you, Matthew. And Mr. President, we have had a lot of early votes, over 2 million early votes as of today.
Right.
So
it's a record.
It is a record. So those who have not voted, please go and vote. Get your family, get your friends. If you don't have any friends, go make one and go vote because it's too important right here. So I've got Jake. With the next one. There's Jake right there.
Check. Mr. President, it's an honor
Thank you.
My name is Jake Ayers. I'm the mayor for the city of Hogansville, a small city in Troup County, Georgia, just next door.
Is he a good mayor? Yes?
While you were president, you delivered a significant grant that greatly impacted our community. And I think I can speak on behalf of every small town in Georgia. We are very thankful for your support of rural Georgia and rural America. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you very much.
However, I think one of the most pressing things on a global scale is your support for Israel. So how do you plan to support and protect Israel and the Jewish community now when you become the next president?
Thank you very much. Good question. And it's so interesting, but evangelicals and so many people support Israel so much more. It's not just a Jewish people. It's so many Christians are so supportive of Israel. And, you know, they say.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show one more time. We are currently listening to the 45th, who is looking like might be the 47th. Double tap your screen. Let's get the likes up. Subscribe to the channel. You guys are the best. Let's get it.
And I would agree with this 100%. Nobody's done what I've done for Israel. We, as you know, Jerusalem is the capital of Israel. We even built the embassy by moving the embassy. That became somewhat automatic. Golan Heights gave them jurisdiction, and we gave Golan Heights, which was a big thing. We did the Abraham Accords, which was a very, very big thing. They were trying to get it for 72 years or something, and I got it for them. We've done a lot, and the single biggest thing I did was, you want to know, is get out of the Iran nuclear deal. The Iran nuclear deal was a disaster. And unfortunately, Biden and Kamala, nobody knows her as Harris. Do you ever do? I talk about it all the time. You say Harris. Everyone says, who is that? The vice president. Can you believe she's the vice president? She came in last. He picked her. She came in last, and now she's running. You know, think of it just for a second, Mr. Mayor, because I'm going to get right back to Israel, because there was one other thing, and that was the Abraham Accords. That was one of the most incredible things of all. We would have had peace in the Middle East, and we still will. We'll fill that out. We'll get them all in. We have the 4, but we'll fill it out. But if you look at what's happened and what's happening with our country and what's happening, a lack of respect for the two of them, we can't have that any longer. We have to be respected. Think of it. We were energy independent 4 years ago. We had, I saw the new number, $1.84 a gallon gasoline, and now you have 3.5 and 4. And you had 5 for a while, and you had 6 and 7 even for a while. But a lot of things. So we're going to take care of Israel. We work with Israel. They say that in Israel, I could maybe run, if things didn't work out here, you could run for Prime Minister of Israel, and I'd get 97% of the vote. So, and of course I kid, because you know what happens when you do the little sarcasm and the kidding, they go, well, he said he's running for, you know. That's the fake news doing that. And that's a lot of fake news you have back there. That's very impressive. That's very impressive. So we're going to do a lot for Israel, and we're behind them. And the big thing, we want to have peace in the Middle East. We want to have Russia stop with Ukraine. We're going to get that done. That was another thing would have never happened. You wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had Russia attacking Ukraine. You wouldn't have had October 7th, which was Israel. And the horrible, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country was Afghanistan. The way, not that they pulled out, we were ready to pull, the way they pulled out, it was so bad. They moved the military out first. No, you moved the military out last. I think it was one of the most embarrassing. I think that's why actually Putin went into Ukraine. But we're going to take care of Israel, and they know that. Bibi called me yesterday, called me the day before. We have a very good relationship. And I have to say they've done, fortunately, they didn't listen to Biden, because if they listened to Biden, they'd right now be waiting for a bomb to drop on them. And they did their own work. They did not listen. They couldn't listen because what he was asking. In fact, just the other day, they said to him, are you okay with what they're doing? Well, I don't want them to attack the nuclear, and I don't want them to attack the oil. I said, really? That's sort of the opposite. If you go and take the exact opposite for 40 years of Biden's foreign policy, you would be one of the greatest. Just take the opposite. You'd be one of the greatest in the history of foreign policy. So we're gonna work with them very closely. We're gonna work with all nations. We're not gonna have World War III. We're closer to World War III right now than we have been ever, maybe ever. And that will be a war like no other because the power of the weaponry, nuclear weapons, the power it's indescribable, and you don't even want to think about it. And it's mentioned all the time. You know, I never mention nuclear. I never we rebuilt our military. We rebuilt the military. We had to give, these people gave a lot of military to Afghanistan, if you can believe it. They have parades to show it. And those are very embarrassing moments for our country. But we're going to take good care of, frankly, we're going to take care of everything. We're going to straighten out the world a little bit. One thing, if I could, somebody that a lot of people respect a lot, Viktor Orban from Hungary. So he's the prime minister, and he made the statement. He said, when Trump comes back as president, everything's going to be perfect. And it was for 4 years. And I know exactly what he was talking about. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jake. That crowd you were pointing to, they're not regular members. That crowd back in the back, they're not regular members.
That's overflow.
So, yeah, that's overflow. That's right.
It's a good crowd.
As they would say, they're not from around here, you know. So we do have a local business owner here, Mr. President, local restaurant owner, Stephanie. Great food, great place, very popular place, and she has a question for you here, Mr. President.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hello. First and foremost, I want to thank God for having you and everybody here.
Yeah. I think we have to stand up. A woman, we stand, right? For a man, we don't have to, right? Go ahead, please.
Well, my name is Stephanie, like he said, and my mom is actually the owner, Erica Frost. And we have been in business for almost 20 years in the beautiful city of Zebulon. And we have been serving the most wonderful customers that we have here that have been coming in and out of our doors. We have been serving the most delicious and most outstanding foods that we have here. And we have been hit these past 4 years with an economy that has been taking us down. So
inflation, largely.
Yes,
inflation.
A large inflation, where has put us in a balance. Either we raise our prices and lose clientele, or if we don't raise our prices, we won't make any profit. So my question to you is, how can you help these small town businesses become great and successful?
So during my 4 years, I'll bet you did the best business, right? Everybody says it. They all say it. In fact, now I put in the speeches at the beginning, were you better off 4 years ago? Everyone goes crazy. So he said I saved his business. Good. Thank you very much, sir. So we have to understand that inflation was, in my opinion, the worst maybe ever in our country. They say 48 years, I say ever. And a lot of it was groceries and food and things like that. You know, you hear the word groceries, you say, really? But I get more complaints about groceries, everything from hot dogs to bacon and eggs and everything. So what we're doing is, and what they've done is they screwed up our energy. We had energy that was at record lows. It was abundant. The oil companies were making money, but you were driving cars. I just mentioned $1.84 a gallon, and that's way up. That's double. Everything is double. Everything's double, triple, quadruple. Interest rates were 2%, now they're at 10%, and you can't get the money. We're going to drill, baby, drill, and that's going to bring everything down, okay? That's going to bring everything down because it's such a big component of the fabric of our life economically. Oil and gas, we're going to drill, we're going to bring, and a pledge that I'm making now, and we've done this a little bit over the last month or so, we are going to bring energy down by 50%, 50% within 12 months from January 20th. That is going to bring everything else down because it's not just, you know, the damage has been done. They say, well, we're trying to bring it down right now. These people don't have a clue. The damage is done. We have to get the prices down, and that's going to bring other things down with it. We're also going to get the interest rates down because interest is far too high right now. Yes. So we're going to get interest, but we're going to get the oil. We have more than anybody. I call it liquid gold. We have more liquid gold than any other nation in the world, including Saudi Arabia, including Russia. No matter where you go, we have more. We're going to use it. You know where we're getting a lot from? Venezuela. Why are we doing that? And it's not good stuff either. We call it the Venezuelan tar. So we're going to get your energy costs down. That's going to bring everything in. You're going to make so much money.
I really hope so. I hope with
Okay?
your help, you'll
Good.
bring El Mariachi back up how it used to be
Thank you, darling.
before 4 years ago.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
Good job,
Good
Stephanie.
job.
Where's Stephanie's mother? Where's mom? Where's mom? Where is she? Just stand up and wave to everybody. There. It's a very
Hello,
popular
Mom.
restaurant.
Good job you did, Mom.
Very popular restaurant.
Good job, Mom.
It's just common sense what you're talking about, Mr. President. The energy drives everything, and it's been driving inflation. And there's not a person in this room that's not taking home less money than what they were 4 years ago when you were
Well, the
president.
energy is such a big factor, and when they did that, all of a sudden the energy is going up, 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 and it was obvious that everything else is going to follow, but it's going to follow it. It's going to follow it down too. We have so much, and we don't use it properly. You know, they started, as you know, they were going to end it all, and they got into a bind. That's what happened, and then they let it go back to the Trump. But if we were, that was 4 years ago, we would be 3 to 4 times more energy, would be selling to Asia, would be reducing debt right now. We have $35 trillion in debt. We're going to make this country so good. One of the things we talk about is, as an example, Detroit is doing very poorly because they're taking our car business, other countries. We're going to solve that very quickly. But one of the things we're doing is interest deductions on when you borrow money to buy a car, you get a deduction on it. And that's great. But you only get the deduction if it's built in America. The car has to be built in America.
Amen. Amen. We have a local, we have a,
Thank you. I like that person.
we have a local state senator, somebody I've served with for a long time, Mr. Senator Marty Harbin here, sir.
Hi, Marty.
Mr. President, we are grateful to have you here, and I have the great honor of representing Pike County in the Georgia State Senate. So we are grateful to have you.
Thank you, Marty. And he's wearing a beautiful tie. He's wearing a beautiful tie. It's a Trump tie, so I like it.
Mr. President, we have seen drugs coming into our community as never before, as we've watched the border as an open door highway, if you will, to bring drugs in, which supposedly was being overseen by Kamala Harris, the border czar, which doesn't know where the border is. My question to you is, how quickly can you shut down the border for us to stop the drugs from coming in?
So, Marty, it's going to be the first order. It'll be done in the first hour of the first day. And, you know, as I said, we had the safest border in the recorded history of our country. You saw the chart. That was a Border Patrol chart. We had the safest border. We had it going so well. All they had to do is leave it the way it was. We had remain in Mexico. You couldn't come in. We had all catch and release in Mexico, not in this country. We had the best border. It was so good and only going to get better. And now we have the worst border ever in the world. In 2016, we had a bad border, and I solved the problem pretty quickly, and it was no longer an issue in 2020. And then in 2020, we ran, and as you know, we got millions more votes than we did in 2016. So you'll explain that one. That's why we have to get a lot of votes. We got to get a lot of votes. But we made the border really good, and now we're going to have to do it again. The difference is this border is 10 times, 15 times worse than it was in 2016, as you know. But we're going to stop it, and we're going to deport all of these criminals that have been brought into the country.
All right.
Thank you, Marty. Good.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
I know we have a big crowd out there, Mr. President, but I just wanted to close with this. I know they're wanting me to speed this process up, but it's been such a treat having you in this room and answering
Look
questions.
at all these people. You know who they are?
Yeah, yeah.
The fake news. The fake news.
There's usually an offering plate. There's always an offering plate at the exit door.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
That's
So,
a lot of people.
But, Mr. President, I'll just say to close with this. You have probably been one of the most vilified individuals in American history. They've tried to assassinate you twice. They've shot you one time. They have they've absolutely vilified you in the media. They've gone at you for almost a decade now, but particularly in the last 3 years, not just every other day, but every hour on the day. How do you lean into your faith and your family to deal with this? Because I don't think anybody else could handle it the way you have for the past decade.
Well, I say this, faith, when you have faith, when you believe in God, it's a big advantage over people that don't have that. It's a big advantage. And when you have a great family, my son Eric is with us, he's been great, but we have such a great family and such a strong backing, and Melania, our First Lady, has been great. She's got the #1 best-selling book. Can you believe Melania? So go buy the book. But I will say this. I've been investigated more than any human being, I suspect, in the history of our country, more than Alphonse Capone. Did anyone ever hear of Alphonse? Al Capone was the gangster of all gangsters, Scarface, commonly known as. I've been investigated more than Scarface. My father's looking down from heaven. I think my father's in heaven. I know my mother's in heaven, but my father was great. He was a strong guy, but a great guy, but a strong guy. But you know, I have been, and it makes you stronger. And the fact that I had such backing from the public, these scoundrels came after me at a level that it's called election interference. It's called the weaponization of the FBI, the DOJ. They were all coming. And we're going to get things turned around in this country because it's so bad. They don't do that except in third world countries. Nobody thought it was even possible. Nobody thought it was even possible. They used to talk about it before all this stuff happened. And they say, well, it'll never happen because it's never happened before. And think of the scoundrels that are in office right now. It didn't happen to them. So I just want to thank you, actually, for your support, because it actually made me more popular. A great woman said to me, sir, when you first got in trouble in New York over nothing, since then I've gone to the bridge and I've waved the flag. Where is that woman? She was so, stand up, please. Stand up. She was so incredible. I said, no. Thank you, darling. No, she said to me, she said, you know, I really liked you a lot, but I really loved you when they went after you so unfairly. And from that day on, there was nobody else but Trump. I remember you, okay? Thank you, darling. Thank you.
Well,
thank you very much.
We have time for one more question, Mr. President. Obviously, this room is packed, but there's a huge crowd outside. And I think that last question is going to come from a young man out there named Ben. Maybe that was him we just heard. But
okay, let's hear what he has to say.
But is Ben available? There he is, right there.
Hey, President Trump, my name is Ben, and I will be voting for the first time in 13 days. I'd like to own a home someday and start a family, and I'm even pursuing to be a pastor. And I'd like to know, what should I know before I go vote?
So I have an idea. Are you right outside now? Let's go outside and talk to them.
Okay, let's do that.
You know why?
Let's do that.
They've got thousands of people outside. And you know what? You guys follow us out. Let's all go together, okay? Thank you very much. Let's all go together. Thank you very much, everybody. Wow, what a crowd. Wow. So we've got to take great care of Brian Jack. You know, Brian Jack worked for me right from the beginning. And then one day he said, sir, he always wanted to be a congressman. He said his district where he was born opened up. And I didn't want to really lead him on. I said, I don't want you to leave. I don't want you to leave. But I actually did, because that's what he wanted to do for a long time. And he's fantastic, and we miss him a little bit, but I'm always able to call him and get his advice. He's a fantastic guy, and congratulations on stealing him from me. I appreciate it. Thank you. And this gentleman, I'll tell you what, he's been something very special. He's been my friend for a long time, Bert. And I just said inside, you probably heard me. I didn't realize he was a top football player. But I was impressed before that. I was impressed with Bert before that. So, Bert, thank you very much. And Ben, thank you for the question. I'll give you a different kind of an answer, though, okay? And you're going to be a pastor, I think, and I think that's good. I wanted to be a pastor too, but they wouldn't accept me. They said you can do other things, but we're not going to let you be a pastor. We're not going to do that. So good luck, okay? You're a good-looking guy. So it's interesting. Yesterday I was speaking, and it was amazing. We're just all in a mood. We had a tremendous crowd. We always have tremendous crowds. There's a spirit in this country that's been incredible. But, I realized as I was up in front of this very massive rally, and we're going to one with, I think, 20,000 people right now, right after that, but we're taking care of you first. I brought it up, and it was interesting because I realized the time is coming to an end. This is the greatest movement in the history of our country, MAGA. Make America Great Again. Make America Great Again. And in many ways, it's sad because we're down to 12 days. We've been doing this together for 9 years, and it's down to 12 days. We had the greatest rallies. We had the biggest rallies, the most beautiful people, it's just been an amazing thing. There's never been anything like it in the history of the country. I don't think there's been anything like it even in the history of the world. And, when Biden would get up, we've got to stop MAGA. He doesn't even know what he's saying. He doesn't have any idea. He can't put two sentences together. And by the way, she's worse than he is. She's worse than... She took a day off yesterday, She took a day off because it was so much. When you have 13 days left, you don't take a day off, right? You go. And then she did an interview. The interview was a total catastrophe. If I did an interview like that, it would be the end. It would be the end of my political career. But I just wanted to say, so we've had this journey together that has been incredible. There's never been anything like it. And I realize that we'll be doing it for literally just a few more days. And then it comes to an end. And then hopefully we'll do another journey. And that will be the journey to make America better than it's ever been. And that'll be a very pleasant journey. And hopefully that's going to come true because, the votes, I don't know if you're here, but the votes in Georgia, thank you, darling. Yes, thank you. Hi. That's a friendly group. But I hope you've heard the votes. It's early, but the votes in Georgia are at record levels. The votes at every state, frankly, are at record levels. We're doing really, really well, and hopefully we can fix our country because we have a nation. We are a nation in decline. We have borders that are horrible with criminals pouring into our country. Open borders, think of it, open borders. People coming in from jails and prisons. They're coming in from mental institutions, even insane asylums, and large numbers of terrorists are coming into our country. We're going to fix our country. We're going to close the borders first day, first hour, first minute. We're going to close our borders. We're going to take the criminals immediately. We will deport the criminals. We're going to get them out fast. We're going to get them out fast. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to get our energy prices down. We're going to get our country back in order. And I think we're going to have, Bert, I think we're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. So, this was supposed to be just a small little stop. Bert said, yeah, just a few people, just to say good. But this is not a small stop. I think our next... Well, I think our next big stop is going to have a hard time beating it. But so I just want to give you my love. I'm going to be working for you so hard. And we're going to turn our country around, and we are indeed going to make America great again. And thank you very much. God bless you all. God bless you all. Bert, thank you. Thank you very much.
You guys are the best. Absolutely the best. Okay. Looks like I might have one last one. Because if you remember the beginning of the live stream, well, like 2 hours into the live stream, we saw the town hall vice president did. So now there is it's like a undecided audience reaction to her town hall. Excuse me. Let's see that one. It's like a 10-minute video, and then we're gonna end the live show. It's from CNN. I think it's gonna go ahead to end with that one. So let's get it.
How many of you, show of hands, will leave tonight planning to support the vice president? 2 have made a final decision. Now, you came in leaning that way?
Pretty much right in the middle.
Okay. Came in
leaning.
Leaning, and now you're decided.
Yes.
Okay. Now, 3 of you have not. So let me start with you first, Joe. Why?
I think there are still, first off, I certainly respect the vice president and the work that she is doing in her office. I think that there are still some, at least for me, some personal policy differences. I don't think that I still can't get behind her policies on abortion. That's just something that I can't get behind, because that's the right to life is so fundamental in this country that it becomes, without that right being respected, it's incredibly difficult to talk about anything else. So I have a policy difference, a number of policy differences with her. That's the biggest one that comes to mind. But at the same time, I'm still not sold on the former president either, just because of his personality, his actions on January 6th, just the way that sometimes he treats people. That gets to be a little bit difficult for me.
So 2 quick follow-ups here. Number 1, so you're not leaving here planning to vote for Trump. You're leaving here still not knowing what to do.
I came in here leaning in the direction of the former president. I have not made a final decision.
Okay. The vice president approached you as she was walking out, and we could hear a little bit of it from afar, but you were having a conversation about your disagreement on abortion.
Yes.
Obviously, you still disagree with her. What did it mean to you that she took the time to talk to you? Did it mean anything at all?
It meant quite a bit, actually. I will respect that. Anybody who's willing to hear ideas that are in opposition to hers, and that's, or to anybody's really for that matter, that's something that is a personality trait that I really appreciate. And that is certainly something that, like, I try to have in myself. I do try to listen to as many points of view as possible in my day-to-day life to try to get that. So I appreciate that element for her. It's just sometimes this can be so very fundamental. That particular issue can be so very fundamental to how we talk about anything else, the right to life, not just abortion, but the respect of life from the beginning to the end is so very fundamental to how we operate as a country.
Well, we have 12 days to keep in touch with you as we go forward. We'll come back to the conversation. I just want to go back to the back row a little bit. So Pam and Lauren, Pam on my left, Lauren on my right. So you're not leaving here planning to vote for her. Do you leave here any clearer in either direction?
You know, actually, I think if I had to pick right now, I would pick her.
If you had to pick right now,
I would.
But
yes.
Is that you changed your mind since I asked the question a minute ago, or that's where you're more strongly leaning there? Is there what's missing? If there's a missing link to get you to absolutely, what is it?
That's a tough question. I guess a lot of the foreign policy is really my biggest concern, but overall, I think she is a better candidate.
Okay. And you're a registered Republican.
I'm an independent.
You're an independent now.
Yes.
Who'd you vote for in 2020?
I voted for Trump.
You voted for Trump.
Yes.
So if you vote for Harris, in the math, that's a big deal, especially where we live here in the suburbs.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll come back to that as well. You also had a conversation
I did.
with the vice president after. She immediately, you're the first one she sought out.
It's lovely. Yeah.
Tell me about it. What you can. I don't want to violate your privacy or her privacy,
That's okay.
but to the point you can.
And I really felt that, and I really, I came out of this feeling, just kind of a feeling of adoration of her personally. I think personally she is a good person, and there was a nice connection, especially as a woman. There are a lot of things that I connect with her as a woman. However, I am very big on details. I'm big on numbers. I am a widow with 100% responsibility for my family, for my kids, for their tuitions, for my bills. And so I do my own taxes. I'm very much on top of every dollar. And so that is where, and I'm not really getting it from either candidate, to be honest. So that's where I just want to see what lines up. And I don't know if it's with this kind of environment that you can't commit to something, but I really do have to vote for my family. And another thing that is very much a turnoff, and this is with both candidates, stop trashing each other. We don't care. Stop trashing Trump. Trump, stop trashing the vice president. We don't care. The voters don't care. We don't even know the people they're talking about, that this person said this and that. How does that impact the voters? That's who you're talking to. That's who you're serving. This feels like high school gossip. We don't care. We don't want to hear it.
You're all nodding about that.
Yeah,
As someone who's covered a lot of campaigns, I'm not here to take sides.
Trump's
but
about.
You know what Trump's about. Okay, that's the point I was trying to get at.
Talking about
in the sense that if you are her.
Yeah. I would say
but if you look at the numbers, Donald Trump is running stronger now than he was running in either 2016 or 2020. Okay. So if you're her, you're thinking, I need to try to disqualify him sometime. Okay. But you're all telling me that you would prefer she do that by making a more affirmative case. Yes. This is why you should pick me over him.
I would say exactly that. For I think from prior to even entering the race as the presidential candidate, and then once she ultimately was nominated, for a very long time, she didn't stoop to his level. And as of late, last couple of weeks, I've really started to see, like you said, this schoolyard bullying. And I think that's beneath her. She doesn't need to do that. She can run on her policy. She can run on her position. You don't need to stoop to his level. And I really think that's what it is. And, you know, I respect her more for that, if she would just stay out of that arena.
We're in this very unprecedented place. She just became the candidate in July.
Yeah.
Normally you run in a primary, or you're the president, as Joe Biden was, you're the incumbent, you're not really challenged. You go. To that degree, she clearly feels the need to introduce herself more. So you understand who she is, not just what her positions are, but who she is and what makes her tick. Let me start here. Did you hear anything tonight? Will you leave saying, I understand her better. I know her better. Not taxes and spending, not abortion rights, not immigration, but who she is. If the moment of crisis comes, I trust her or don't trust her because of what?
One of the things that stood out to me was when, I believe it was you that asked the weakness question. You know, what is your biggest weakness? And she brought up that she has people around her that she can trust, that she can get the answer from. In my line of work in IT, I don't expect everybody to know the answer. I expect them to know how to get the answer. And her specifically, that resonated with me, because I don't need a president that knows everything or thinks they know everything, because that's not what America needs. They need to put the right people in the right place to lead the country efficiently. One person can't lead this country. They need a team, and that's what resonated with me.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, that was the biggest that's the reason why I asked that question. I also appreciated the fact that she had a certain degree of introspection as she was answering that question, which was certainly another factor in this. We, again, as I mentioned in the setup to the question, we are not perfect as human beings. And in the presidency, you need to acknowledge that as well, because you have so much around you that can sometimes lead you to think that you're larger than life. And at a certain point, we have to acknowledge that there is something bigger than us, whatever that something is to an individual. We have to acknowledge that there is something bigger than us that helps us, that helps us be humble in our daily life, whether it's president or.
To that point, let me flip it. You have to sometimes say there are things that are bigger than me, bigger than what I believe. You have a very important personal position on an issue that is profoundly important to you, abortion rights.
Yes.
And it's deeply personal. I assume a position also born of faith. So she's asking you, essentially, my words, not hers, but I get you, I respect you. Can I ask you to put that aside because of these other issues, whether it's the economy, whether it's immigration, whether it's Trump's behavior? That's what she's asking you to do on a principled issue on which you fundamentally disagree. Can she get you there? What would it take?
I think that it would take, honestly, it would take a profound respect for the fact that there is a dichotomy here, and whatever approach is taken on that particular issue, if we can respect the fact that the Declaration of Independence, the first document of this country, indicated that our first right that is given to us by our Creator is a right to life, that matters. And if we can at least approach it with that as our foundation, then we can have maybe a conversation in that regard. The other issues that you laid out, there is a lot of agreement on both sides. It comes down to finer points of execution at the end of the day. We heard Anderson press the vice president regarding the border wall and the fact that there's still $650 million allocated to that particular project, that project that was such a standard of the first time that the former president ran. The fact that she wouldn't necessarily answer that question directly, and the fact that she agreed that we need a secure border, there is agreement on both sides. It's just a matter of the execution that's a part of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never stop believing in yourself. Never stop believing in your dreams. Never stop believing in God. Fight for your dreams. Fight for your family. Do what you gotta do. Provide for your family. Provide for your kids. Never, ever, ever give up, okay? Never give up on yourself. Never give up on God, okay? God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Genesis is signing out. We have come to the end of the live show, okay? Respect 100%. Respect 100% respect to you guys. You guys are the best. Bless you. I will be back. I will be back today. It is currently 6:41 a.m. and today's date is the 24th of October 2024. I gotta go somewhere right now, and should be back in like say 4 or 5 hours, and we're gonna do another live stream. Okay, God bless you guys. Okay, Bling Crosby, you asked me to call your name earlier, so I'm calling your name, Bling Crosby. Everybody, thank you for tuning in, man. God bless you. Genesis is signing out. And thank you to all the veterans in the chat. All the veterans in the chat, God bless you. I am out. Genesis is signing out.